gallery and those watching along at home tonight. I now declare the adjourned meeting reopened at 5:30 p.m. We acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land we live, work and play. We pay our respects to Darkinjung country and elders past and present. We recognise the continued connection to these lands and waterways and extend this acknowledgement to the homelands and stories of those who also call this place home. We recognise our future leaders and our shared responsibilities to care for and protect our place and people. Please turn off your mobile phone or switch it to silent. In the event of an emergency, wait for instructions from council staff or security guards. If we need to evacuate, council has 2 emergency muster points, one on the footpath of the Grand Hotel in front of the building and the other at Frank Balance Park at the rear of the building. If you experience a medical emergency, please alert security or council officers for assistance. Please be advised that this meeting is audio visually recorded, webcast live and archived on council's website. In accordance with council's code of meeting practice, filming and photography are not permitted. Anybody observed to be filming the meeting may be asked to leave. Members of the public in the gallery are asked to be respectful at all times to each other and to the councillors in the chamber. In accordance with the code of meeting practice, any disruptive behaviour will not be tolerated. Councillors are reminded that they have been elected to represent our community and are tasked with making decisions and solving problems. Please keep the debate respectful according to council's code of conduct and avoid making statements that may defame or offend. Councillors, with the intention of getting through the items agenda tonight, I've decided that the 5-minute debate time allocated to each councillor will also include your questions. Councillors in the chamber are reminded that under the microphone trial, multiple microphones may be used simultaneously. Please turn your microphone on before speaking and off again when you have finished addressing council to allow the speaker queue to progress. Audio clarity is also significantly improved when speakers speak directly into the microphone rather than addressing the room or looking away. I'll now pass over to our CEO, David Farmer, who would like to read a statement.
As the CEO of Central Coast Council, I have a clear and ongoing statutory obligation to ensure, so far as reasonably practical, that council staff are provided with a safe work environment. I am committed to ensuring this obligation is actively upheld at all council and committee meetings. Accordingly, when I observe or experience any unruly or inappropriate behaviour, acts of disorder involving councillor towards staff, councillors towards other councillors or members of the public, I'll immediately advise the acting mayor that staff will be required to leave the council chamber unless the matter is rectified without delay. If the situation is not promptly resolved to my satisfaction, staff will be dismissed from the chamber for safety reasons. As staff are required to operate meeting equipment and undertake statutory functions, including minute taking, the meeting will not be able to continue and we will conclude immediately with staff directed to return home. Under the Code of Meeting Practice, the Mayor and the Chairperson has the authority to deal with acts of disorder by councillors and members of the public as soon as they occur. My decision as to whether staff remain in the chamber will be informed by whether I am satisfied that appropriate and effective action has been taken to ensure a safe work environment. The Mayor and or Chairperson also has the discretion under section 15.13 of the Code to adjourn the meeting for up to 15 minutes and to temporarily leave the chair, which may assist in de-escalating situations when required. I ask for your cooperation in ensuring that council meetings are conducted in a respectful, orderly and professional manner so that they remain productive and focused on achieving positive outcomes for the residents of Central Coast Council. Thank you for your understanding and support.
Thank you, David. I note that Mayor McKenna has an apology for this evening. A request was received from Councillors Daniel, Lamont and Stanton to attend this meeting by audio-visual link in accordance with Clause 6.20 of the Code of Meeting Practice. I note that in accordance with the Clause 6.24 of the Code of Meeting Practice, Councillor Daniels, Lamont and Stanton are entitled to vote on this item. I move that Council approves the request by Councillor Daniels to attend the Council meeting on the 31st of August 2026 at 5:30 p.m. by audio-visual link, as she is unable to attend in person due to personal reasons. Thank you, Councillor Neal.
I just think, could we expedite the matter by moving the motion for all three?
Yep. 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 Is everybody happy with your motion to move everybody into the meeting? Thank you, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McMahon, Councillor McWade, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Stanton, and Councillor Daniels. Thank you, unanimous. Thank you, councillors. We'll move to item 7.2, delegated authority to standing committees, updated terms of reference for adoption. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Eaton. Do I have a second? Do you have a seconder, Councillor Eaton? Councillor Wright, thank you.
Mr. Acting Mayor, I did send through some minor changes to the recommendation. So I am moving the recommendation with just a couple of word changes, which I did send to the staff last week. Yes, so those words I think are now added in, which actually just makes it clear that would only be minor strategies, plans, etc., that could be not exhibited, which I think was the intent of the staff anyhow, and so there's probably no significant change, but it just makes it clearer that this would be very much the exception for stuff that was routine. It has happened already once before at the Environment Planning Committee, where I think, I'm not sure which the policy was about, but everyone agreed it was a policy that was a very minor policy, didn't really affect people and didn't need to be publicly exhibited. Now that did come to the council, but the council agreed. So there are the odd ones that don't need it. Apart from that, obviously, this terms of reference amendment is required by the change to the code of, well, this is required due to the change made by the council to streamline committee meetings in accordance with the staff recommendation.
Councillor Lamont, did you have your hand up?
Sorry, did I just wanted to speak against the item, if that's possible to do that now?
Yes, please, Councillor Lamont.
Thank you. Thank you, Acting Mayor. I want to start by explaining how we actually got to item 7.2 because I think the history matters. In May, Council considered a notice of motion about giving delegated authority to our standing committees, but Council did not resolve to give committees those delegations. What we resolved was to receive a report explaining delegation and identifying what legally could and could not be delegated. What came back went considerably further. Staff developed three options and option 2, partial delegation. My concern, the community's concern, should be that the recommended option was presented overwhelmingly in terms of benefits, efficiency, less duplication, greater involvement and transparency, while obvious disadvantages were barely addressed. Well, we are talking about transferring decisions from a full elected council to committees of only a handful of councillors. It allows committees to where some policies and strategies even go on public exhibition, and that's a big deal. And despite being promoted as reducing duplicate debate, it could actually result in more decisions, more duplications when councillors who were not part of the original decision look to have it reconsidered. Yet those were properly presented alongside the benefits. Council subsequently adopted option 2 on the 28th of July, resolution 261075, and this is where I have a much more serious concern with what has happened. Clause 3 specifically directed staff to prepare updated terms of reference and bring them back to Council at this August meeting for adoption. A rescission motion against this C-261075 was then lodged at that very same meeting. Our code of meeting practice is clear. When a rescission is lodged at the meeting, a resolution is carried. That resolution must not be carried into effect until the resolution has been dealt with. Item 7.2 contains the updated terms of reference at clause 3 that from resolution specifically directs staff to prepare. In accordance with resolution C-261075 of council, that's what the resolution said. I don't know how much clearer this could be. The terms of reference weren't incidental to that resolution. They were part of it. The CEO has acknowledged that 261075 could not be implemented until the rescission was dealt with, but says whether item 7.2 could nevertheless be progressed is debatable. I fundamentally disagree, and so should everyone else, and the subsequent advice reportedly obtained from OLG doesn't answer this question. We are told that once item 7.2 was published, it became a matter of the elected council and could not simply be removed. But that's not the issue. The issue is, why was it prepared and progressed to publication in the first place? In fact, the inability to simply remove it once published demonstrates why this matters. Council is now potentially required to take another formal step to deal with an item that, in my view, should never have reached this agenda while the resolution authorising it was under rescission. And I'm particularly uncomfortable that item 7.2 was prepared and ready to go at the same meeting at which the rescission was to be determined. It creates an unequitable the outcome was anticipated. I'm not alleging that staff knew how individual councillors would vote, but councillors had a recurring 8-7 voting pattern on significant matters, and the perception this creates is extremely damaging. Staff must remain politically impartial. The elected council had not yet made its decision. The administration should not have appeared to make that decision for it. A rescission is not an administrative inconvenience to be worked around. It is part of a democratic process provided for Government Act. And regardless of anyone's view about committee delegations, that process must be respected. For that reason, I cannot support 7.2, and it shouldn't actually be on the agenda tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lamont. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. Just a couple of questions first. So through you, can we just get clarification about what words have actually been changed in this? It's not clear. So just to make sure we do understand what the edit is from the motion that appears in the business paper, and then I'll talk to it.
Councillor Eaton, would you like to clarify for Councillor Smith, please?
Yes, so the addition of the word minor in both 1 and 2 before draft strategies, plans, etc., and then also the addition of the words that do not make substantial changes to existing documents. So they're the changes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. Further question through you to the CEO. Could the CEO give an example of a minor draft strategy? What would be a minor draft strategy?
I guess I hadn't seen those changes, but I would anticipate when we re-exhibit something that's got some minor or typographical, not typographical, but some changes, but it wouldn't be anything that would significantly change issues. I guess it is a matter of interpretation, and you'd actually have to have a look at it and determine whether that was something valid that was covered by the delegation or not.
So through you, Mr Deputy Mayor, it's not clear to me. I appreciate the response from the CEO, but who would determine whether it's minor or not?
One, the committee would, but ultimately then the decision would be at the CEO level to determine whether it was carried out. If there's a question, because it would then determine whether that delegation's been correctly used. If not, then it would be referred back to council for decision.
All right, so Mr Deputy Mayor, there is a concern about an inconsistency that I see in the response from the CEO, that the committee determines whether it's minor, so therefore determines whether it makes its own ruling and gives itself its own authority to sign off on a draft plan or strategy or framework or policy. Like, how can that in any way be due process? That the committee decides itself whether something is minor and gives itself the authority to bypass all other processes of council, including public exhibition.
No, sorry, I might have misinterpreted. Ultimately, the decision to deploy, the decision of council, and anything that goes on exhibition. This is about putting items on exhibition would come to staff to deploy. So ultimately, council would determine, as council staff would determine whether it would be minor or not. But ultimately, that's where the decision is, because it would be referred to council anyhow with the minutes. The question is, does it get deployed, or does it wait to be confirmed by council? I think you would be cautious, and if it was questionable, the matter would be referred to council.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I will speak against this. I appreciate the CEO's response, but it really doesn't assist me with a lot of clarity, with due respect, because my experience of these committees is the staff put something on the agenda. It doesn't necessarily come to a council meeting first. It might be that a strategy appears on the agenda, and this says that the committee receiving that on the agenda can say, oh, this is only a minor change, so we'll just decide here that we're not going to exhibit it and we're going to make that change. That is the literal interpretation of what is on the screen and the information that was just provided. And to me, that is inconceivable in terms of due process, good governance, community expectations, transparency, accountability. So, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I will move an amendment that this matter be deferred, subject to some clarification about those mechanics. I appreciate the CEO providing the response, but to me, I can't. I feel like I'm a logical person and I can't see the logic of what the CEO has just outlined. So I would request that this matter be deferred so that we can get a bit of a detailed process around what is being suggested. And also, as staff would be aware, there has been a rescission motion submitted, so I would request that it be deferred to allow further discussion and consideration. So if the staff can provide a detailed outline, the next ordinary council meeting is fine, but I'd take some advice when we could get, even if it was a flow chart of how this works. If staff put a strategy on the agenda for a committee and the committee decides that it's only a minor, so they can decide on the spot and don't need to exhibit it, is that how it works? What are the gateways in there? Thank you, Mr. I'll see if I've got a seconder. I don't know whether I have.
I'll second.
Councillor Walsh? Yep.
Second, yeah.
Second, Councillor Walsh.
I
Councillor Walsh is speaking to the amendment? Or?
I did have some questions, but just in support of what Councillor Smith has said, in that report, I'm interested in what the motion from Councillor Eaton has proposed sits with the Office of Local Government in terms of, and the LG describes the purpose of council and committee meetings as ensuring meetings are open, accessible, effective, and, you know, it was mentioned in our meeting last week how this kind of sits contrary to where the Office of Local Government has been moving in terms of transparency, transparency in the council and transparency to the community. So I guess one question I would like, I think, because I'm concerned about us sort of siloing and institutionalising the transfer of policy making power, but so through you, Acting Mayor, to the Director, can you maybe confirm for us that under this new proposed structure of terms of reference, which still seems kind of unclear, the provision a standing committee could have to decide that a draft strategy or policy would not be publicly exhibited, and that the full council then would then have no vote on that decision. If so, why should that power sit with a committee rather than with the elected council?
As I wrote to councillors last week, all questions should be directed through to the CEO, not directly to an individual staff member.
Yeah. Mr. CEO.
A couple of things. The first thing is the minutes of the committee will go to the council anyhow, whether it's been adopted or not. So it would be in the power of the council to overturn the decision of the council of the committee. I guess that's the only piece of value that I could add.
Okay. So I might ask this other question then about why we're even being asked to amend the terms of reference rather than simply reflecting their existing advisory role, which up until this point has not necessarily been working particularly well. Once this wording is inserted, aren't we actually effectively institutionalising the transfer of policy-making power away from the elected council? Through you, Acting Mayor, to the CEO.
Well,
thank you.
That's not my decision. It's a resolution of council to do that. So you need to ask your colleagues.
Thank you.
Then Councillor Walsh. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Mayor. Happy to speak very briefly to it. I think Councillor Eaton has made some minor tweaks to this in good faith, acknowledging some concerns amongst councillors. I think, you know, for me, this does come down to a matter of efficiency. We've seen many times in recent months where you have... Councillor Walsh, can I please be heard in silence? Is that okay? And Councillor Crowley. So I think it comes...
Mr Mayor, I really do need to call your attention to the...
Councillor Neal, can you put your microphone on, please?
There is a proclivity of this particular councillor to constantly engage in cross-debate with other councillors while he's on his feet. Might I suggest to you that that action in itself is out of order and is provoking a situation which is completely unnecessary. He should continue on the debate and ignore anyone who is not part of that debate.
Councillor Neal, do you have a point of order or are you just making a comment?
It's a point of order. You might want to make a ruling on it.
Yeah, under which section of the code?
The section says...
Microphone.
Mr. Acting Mayor, all I asked is that I be heard in silence. That was all.
Councillor Wright, you got more to say or have you finished?
I'll just move that the motion be put.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, I just need to
We've
clarify.
got an amendment, we can't put a motion.
Sorry, the wording of the amendment, I just needed to get that correct. I did mention the request for a flow chart showing the process around this. So I just wonder, sorry, I've got my microphone on. So, yeah, I'm happy for it to be added as part A, that's fine. Showing the process and decision making. And Mr Deputy Mayor, could I just comment or just ask the further question, again through you, the CEO indicated that the committee could make a decision, it would be recorded in the minutes, so then the council could overturn it. But if the committee has delegations, wouldn't it need to be a rescission motion because the committee has been delegated to make that decision? And so then the council needs to put a rescission motion, and is that to the committee or is it to the council?
The practical implications would be if the committee adopted something and egregiously used its power and the council then when it reviews the minutes of the committee 2 or 3 weeks later, it would move a motion contrary to that. But practically, look, I've seen committees work with delegations in the past. Generally, there's no real issues as long as those delegations are tight, or the committee as the whole, a committee of the whole of council.
So, sorry, just further clarification, sorry.
Well, the first clarification is that ultimately, if a report comes through with delegations, and the council is unhappy about dealing with that, they could determine a means to deal with it. Your question, I don't have an answer for. I'd have to take that on notice. But specifically, it is within the power of council to overturn the decision.
All right, so my concern, sorry, further, Mr Deputy Mayor, is that delegations to a committee, I would assume that once the committee makes a decision, it takes effect because the committee has the delegation to make that decision. So, you know, it may be that those minutes eventually come to a council meeting, but, you know, there is going to be a time lag where whatever that decision was made. And look, I realise that most people, you know, are saying these are minor, but, you know, there's no definition of minor, and certainly minor is in the beauty of the beholder, to paraphrase. Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Lamont. Councillor Lamont.
Thank you. Just a quick question through you, Mr Acting Mayor, to the CEO. The CEO mentioned that he's seen delegations work at other councils. So they being councils with full membership of councillors on the committees, or just a few? Because my research has suggested that where I've seen delegation given to committees, it's been where the committees have had full council membership on the committees, which to me, I think that's one of the things that we've actually, both Jane, myself and Labor councillors have actually supported. If you had all members, councillors on the committees, that'd be a different thing. We're all there to make that decision together rather than just, you know, as little as 4 councillors doing it. So through you, Mr Acting Mayor, if we can clear that up with the CEO, what he's seen in the past.
Look, in the past, I've seen, certainly what you're saying is correct, that committees with significant delegations, financial and statutory delegations, are normally the committee of the whole. So that is, all councillors are on that committee. Might be a planning committee. Many councils, when councils used to deal with DAs, would have a planning committee that would deal with all the DAs. But I have seen it work successfully, but with very limited delegations within the committee. So I've seen committees, for example, that deal with community grants or a range of quite a narrow area of focus, and that's worked quite effectively. But ultimately, it'll be a decision of the council.
Thanks, Councillor Lamont.
Thank you.
Is there any further debate on the amendment? If not, I'll put the amendment. All those voting in favour of the amendment, please raise your hand and keep it raised. Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. All those voting against the amendment, my apologies. Can you please raise your hand? Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McWade, Councillor Moreland, and I'll use my casting vote. The amendment's lost. I'm sorry, Councillor Stanton and Councillor Daniels. My apologies.
Mr Mayor, Acting Mayor rather.
Yes, Councillor McGregor.
I'd seek to move an amendment that the terms of reference as they're amended include a definition of what a minor, plan, framework and policy is, and what a major plan, policy and framework is. Is there a seconder for that amendment?
Councillor Walsh. Yes. Councillor McGregor.
I don't think I really need to explain it, but I would like to see some sort of definition of what is considered minor and what is considered major. I don't think that's particularly controversial. Thank you.
Councillor Walsh, would you like to say anything? Councillor Walsh, can you put your microphone? Thank you.
Apologies, thank you, Acting Mayor. I think this minor amendment is consistent with what I was raising concerns about earlier in terms of where this motion sits with the Office of Local Government. So I support this minor amendment.
Councillor McGregor, I'm just reading what's on the screen. I think it should say that council receives what is considered major, not Merrill or me. Is that correct?
Yeah, sorry, just to be clear, major and what is minor, and I was trying to read what was on the screen before, but I think it said plans, strategies and framework, and that be included in the terms of reference.
Councillor Walsh, you happy with that? That's great.
Mr Acting Mayor, I'm happy to accept that if that's an addition to the emotion. Yeah. Right. So I'm happy to accept that. I agree. It's better if it's defined. Yep.
Councillor Wright, are you also happy to accept that as a seconder? Thank you.
Councillor McGregor, is his wording, are you happy with the wording?
Yeah. Councillor McGregor, are you happy with the wording?
It's just jumping around on the screen a bit. I'll just try and see what's there first. That's not what I said.
Sorry, where did we get to? Sorry,
It's not there.
it was there and... There it is.
What does it receive? What is considered major and what is minor to plans, strategies and frameworks? That is, I think it was also policies and frameworks. So you've got strategies, plans, frameworks and policies in the original. So if it just has the consistent wording, then it's fine.
So just put policies there.
Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, you still okay? Fantastic, thank you. Councillor Eaton, do you want to write a reply? Thank you. I'll now put the motion. All those voting in favour of the motion, please raise your hand and keep it raised. Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McWade, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Daniels. All those against the motion? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith. Councillor Lamont, I couldn't see your hand. My apologies. Yeah. Councillor Lamont, can you still hear me? Can we? Oh, Councillor Lamont, can you hear me? Sorry, Councillor Lamont. The internet.
I don't know the screen's on your earring.
Are you able to put your hand up if you're voting against?
I am.
Oh, yeah.
I am.
Fantastic. Thank you, Councillor Lamont. I declare the motion carried on my casting vote. Thank you. Next up, I'd like to move a procedural motion to assist with the efficient conduct of the meeting. I propose that the two Australia Post related items be now considered consecutively. I would now move a procedural motion that item 8.1, notice of motion, Australia Post local post offices, community voices, support small business, be brought forward and considered now. Can I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Eaton. All those in favour? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Sorry, Councillor Neal, without your microphone on, I can't hear you.
Sorry, there were two motions you're combining. One was 8.1. What was the second one?
This is 7.3, but 7.3 will stay in the same order. We're just moving 8.1 beforehand. Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor Wade, and Councillor Lamont.
I'm here. I'm not sure. The screen must be freezing, but I can hear you. I can see you. So I'm not sure what's going on.
Councillor Lamont, we're just voting for the procedural item to move 8.1 early in the agenda up next. Are you happy to support that with the other councillors?
Yes, I am.
Thank you, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Stanton, and Councillor Daniels. Motion's carried. Thank you. Item 8.1, notice of motion, Australia Post, local post offices, community voices, and support small business. Councillor Castles.
I'll move that way, please. If I have a seconder, I did send an amendment through today to civic support, and that's the one we're going to need up on the board.
Thank you, Councillor Castles. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Walsh.
Have you got my... Oh, yeah, it's coming up now. Okay, thank you. I'll speak to the motion. So the motion tonight on the post office motion, you can see it on the board there that it's noting over 3,000 petitioners requesting that the still being able to pay their rates and water bills at post offices. And I actually do have petitions here, and I will be presenting them to the Mayor, Deputy Mayor, very shortly. I think it shows very clearly that the people across the Central Coast really want to keep this service. And I just want to remind councillors that I went through these petitions, and basically I think you'll find there isn't a single there is not a single ward here that is not represented by somebody who put their address on a name on these petitions. I could run through some of the places, but I won't go through all of them. I'm happy to send you a copy. Baddo Bay, Foresters Beach, The Entrance, Chittaway Bay, Killarney Vale, Long Jetty, Wyoming, Saratoga, Woy Woy, Davistown, Glenning Valley, North Avoca, Umina, Wamberal, Arimba, Tascott, Buff Point, Toukley, Shelley Beach, Chittaway Point, Wyonga, Tuggerah, Tuggerawong, Blue Haven, Blackwall, Mardy, Terrigal, Wyong, Green Point, Gwendolyn, Lake Haven, Watanabe, Narara, Lake Munmora, Niagara Park, Tumbyumby, Berkeleyville, Copacabana, Hamlin Terrace, Gillaby, Budgewoi, Fountaindale, Gosford, San Remo, Wallara, Woy Woy, Woongarra, Tacoma, Kangiangi, North Wyong, Halikalani, Canton Beach. May as well finish the list. Noraville, Lisarow, Summerland Point, Chain Valley Bay, Buff Point, The Entrance, North Entrance, Magenta, Tawoon Bay, Kingfisher Shores, Point Clare, Carry-On, Yatalunga, McMaster's Beach, Bensville, Blue Bay, Tacoma, Erina, East Gosford, North Gosford, Wadalba, Norah Head, Springfield, Matcham, Arimba, Holgate, Warnerville, Charmhaven, Narara, Point Frederick, Allison, Rocky Point, Summersby, Camberwell, Marine
I don't
Park,
believe there's a
Erina
second to
Heights,
this.
Horsfield Bay,
Yeah. All right, I
Mangrove
apologise.
Mountain, Booker Bay, Kilcare, West Gosford, Culnura. I'm just letting you all know that the petitioners come from across the LGA. People are concerned. I'm not suggesting that every single person that has signed this petition necessarily pays their bill at the post office. But what it does show is community members are concerned about the vulnerable people in our community and are concerned enough to sign a petition, put their name and address on it, because they want to support people in our community who actually do need this essential service. And I absolutely commend the motion to the councillors. I think it's essential that we still push forward with this, and I look forward to receiving a report to the 22nd of September Ordinary Council meeting, and I'm happy here to present the petition. Thank you, Mr. Acting.
Councillors, I know I have got the petition, and thank you, Councillor Castles. Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Mr Acting Mayor. Look, I rise to support Councillor Castles and indeed the many thousand people which have to date already signed this petition. Clearly, this is one of those big issues, like the signs of welcoming people to the Central Coast, which has generated a lot of interest and attention. And that's because it is a lightning rod or an emblem of the way that, despite the old saying that cash is king, I guess not in this case, that some of our most vulnerable residents are actually being disadvantaged and discriminated against with some of the deliberate choices that are made and that derive from this chamber and those with the voting block majority in it. Now, as I said, have heard a lot in this building about how cash is king. You would think we would wish to accept other people's cash, but I guess not, not unless it's electronically. From this process and also prior to, it's obviously come to our attention as an elected body that the issue of cash not being accepted is not unique just to rates, which is a bit of a strange one, because in an organisation that's always wanting revenue and always quite happy to take people's money, you think we'd take it in any form. As we heard from the speaker that came here last week, that unfortunately has had to wait a week to find out what's going to happen with this petition, it's an important social interaction, it's an important economic interaction. A lot of the post offices, as we know, they're smaller businesses, they're franchises, they rely on this kind of activity. And the other thing when it comes to understanding the economy is it's important to look at some of those ancillary and flow-on effects. For example, you know, the mining industry is a very small employer, but what actually is a large employer is all the ancillary businesses, the workshops, all the trades and everything that flow on from that, rather than the people that are directly employed in mining, which is largely roboticised and largely reliant on heavy machinery. The same is true with the post office. A person might go in to pay their rates, and then they go and they pay some other bills. They might buy some lollies, they send some letters, they buy some stationery, some stamps, they might buy some of the other things like a gift for the grandkids or the like. But this is not just elderly people that we're talking about that are being discriminated against here. This is anyone, again, indeed anyone that wishes to pay with cash. I've thought that the whole point of liberalism was about, you know, freedom of choice and about empowered consumerism and that kind of thing, but we are instead in this chamber forcing people to do things, forcing them to choose how they wish to pay for things, forcing them, taking away that agency that the individual should have in making their own economic transactions if we do follow the actual political philosophy or the economic philosophy of liberalism. So this move to ban this, it's simply going in the face of common sense, it's going in the face of ideology, and it's discriminating against, as I said, many of our most vulnerable people. It's discriminating against small business owners, it's discriminating against the elderly, it's discriminating against disabled people. It's a real sad thing that we're here debating this and talking about it several months on from when the decision was just sort of snuck in, wedged in there into the budget, because, you know, as we heard from one of the other guest speakers, of all the councils in New South Wales, the vast majority of them, I think it was 92 or 93 out of 110 or 120 odd, are actually letting people pay with cash. So again, we're in the minority. Not necessarily, you know, in a place that seems to pick on minorities, I didn't think we'd want to be in the minority, but I guess we do tonight. Really depends. This is a bad decision. It's a decision that never needed to be made, and it's another example of some of the false dichotomies and the false choices that we're forced to make when you've got councillors who are continually putting more pressure on the expenditure side of the budget with their own personal choices and priorities. And these are the thousands of people across the entirety, the length and breadth of the entire Central Coast that miss out. You know, even consider it as you may, some of the people in the rural areas are trying to come in and do some transactions, or they might even only have a small set of shops with a post office in it, the like. Again, they're discriminated against. There's not really a body of evidence. There's not really a good choice of. There's not really a good reason to choose to take this course of action, but it is the choice that this body's made, and as we can see, it is deeply unpopular in our community, and another thing that our community is deeply critical of this organisation for, and it's another own goal that could have easily been avoided by making some better choices around budget management and making some better choices about how we interface with the community. Because we heard a lot during the period of administration how the community were stakeholders. Well, the problem is that the stakeholders don't have a say in this organisation at this point in time, because we've cut the community consultation when it comes to the standing committees. Now we're cutting the ability for people to pay with their preferred choice of cash at the post office, and we're cutting the ability for local small businesses to make income directly through decisions for this. And I thought we were in this chamber to support local small businesses, but it appears that a decision to vote against this motion would indicate to the contrary. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGregor. Councillor Walsh, I'll just hold you for a second. I think Councillor Daniels had a
Yes.
hand up. I'll come back
Yes.
to you, and then it'll be Councillor Eaton.
Yes.
Councillor Daniels?
Thank you, Mr Acting Mayor. I have an amendment as well that I have sent through around to all councillors and to staff. I do apologise, I originally sent it through as an amendment to 7.3, but I think it's more relevant to do it here at 8.1. It's quite wordy, which is why I sent it out early, so I hope everybody's had a chance to read it. I've made a very slight change to it, adding the point 8 at the bottom, which is word for word what Councillor Castles has added to her original motion, because I thought that was a great point and important to put in there. Basically, I'm just recognising what was noted in the report at 7.3 with the model of Service New South Wales and investigating how that can possibly be used, and also adding that I'd like a motion be put to the local government New South Wales annual conference, just to make it so we can possibly have the same idea go out to all councils in New South Wales, as I believe it would be a really good model and would make it easier for local residents to be able to pay at the same place that they pay all their other bills. So while they're doing their licence or their car renewal or their registration or whatever, they can also use their cash and pay for their rates at the same time in the same place.
Let's hold you there.
Thank
Do we
you.
have a seconder for the amendment? Thank you, Councillor Eaton. Sorry, Councillor Daniels, do you want to continue?
I think I'm done. Thank you. I think I'm done. Thank you. Unless anybody's got any questions.
Councillor Walsh, thank you for your patience.
Are we deciding if that amendment's being, okay. Not amendments, and it is a reiteration of what has been said. I'm really concerned about residents of ours that we should be caring more about. I'm really concerned about them being left behind, concerned about the digital divide. I think, originally we spoke about this not necessarily, this is not a forever thing necessarily. I think most in the community can understand that there will be a shift at some point. But I just feel that even if all of the suburbs that have signed up to this petition, all of the people in all of these suburbs, which has such breadth, even if they are not people who necessarily pay their rates at the post office in cash, they clearly support those in the community who want to be able to keep doing that. They clearly support that concept, and I feel that we have an opportunity here to be seen as inclusive rather than clearly seeking to exclude. And the groups that we're seeking to exclude are groups that are on the margins, and it's simply, in my view, in terms of our council services more broadly, not acceptable. So I obviously, support Councillor Castle's motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Walsh. Councillor Eaton.
Thank you, Mr Acting Mayor. I rise to speak against the motion and in favour of the amendment. It is unfortunate that we have to move in this direction, and that's because the cost is some $360,000 that the post office takes for the facility, which is significantly more than any other payment processing avenue the council has. And I would remind everyone that the federal government, in fact, has changed the rules this year as well. And the $750,000 is my recollection in round terms that the council will have to find to pay for the abolition of being able to recover costs on credit cards.
Yeah, yeah.
And at a state level, of course, you can't pay anything that the state imposes on its citizens at post offices. You can only go to Service New South Wales, and of course that's what the amendment suggests, is that if given that's the state preferred mechanism for paying bills and the like, paying for services, then surely they could expand that to include local councils, because after all we're really just an arm of the state. I would also note that there are 5 banks on the Central Coast where you can still pay in cash. If you take your rate notice to Council's Bank, you can pay in cash at that bank. That seems to have been lost in the argument as well. I'll leave it at that. I think all of us would prefer that we didn't have to make this decision, but it's in the interests of the other 90% of the ratepayers who don't use the post office that they don't pay for the few people who do. Anyone who doesn't pay in cash obviously can easily continue to pay by credit card or debit card the way they currently do. They just don't go to the post office. And those few who do pay in cash, well, they can at least go to the bank if they're desperate to pay in cash. I'd also point out that these days, not many people have a lot of cash around, and in terms of it being certainly better for personal security and the like, it's better not to take a bundle of cash anywhere and use a card or use an EFT, which is the common way of paying everything these days.
Thank you, Councillor Eaton. Councillor Wright.
I'll speak very briefly on this just to pick up on something that Councillor Eaton said. If councillors remember the budget process this year, there were some changes during that process which came about from 2 external factors on the organisation to the tune of about $750,000. One of those was obviously the fact that from the 1st of October, the federal government will now no longer allow councils or small businesses to pass on a credit or debit card surcharge. So that was a hit of about $350,000. The other hit to the bottom line for us was actually the doubling of the New South Wales Government's emergency services levy, and I find it interesting that none of the state representatives listed on the initial motion have gone into bat for the doubling of the emergency services levy in New South Wales, which council has had to foot the bill for. So that alone could actually pay for this change. And I also think, as Councillor Daniels alluded to, Service New South Wales is a good location, and I think regardless of which way we go on this, and if our motion gets up at, can I please be heard in silence, councillors?
Councillors, please.
And
Councillor Newell, can you please state your point of order?
Point of order, and I'm going to raise this point of order every time it occurs because it is a particularly provocative and improper action to take. You asked me on the last occasion what the particular clause is. There is no such clause. It relates to relevance, a fundamental principle of any debate that you can only speak relevantly to the matter before us. Calling out provocative statements to other councillors while you're on your feet is an act of disorder and is in breach of the requirement to be relevant to the debate before you.
Councillor Wright, can we sum up the debate, please?
sure, but Mr Acting Mayor, can I ask in future then, if councillors do speak through anyone speaking, that they be asked to have
Absolutely,
one voice in the chamber?
same courtesy for everybody, please, councillors.
So with that, I'm happy to support the amendment that's put forward and think it has a lot of merit. The other thing is, through the action of looking at someone like Service New South Wales, it also activates the economies of scale as well if we're partnering with the state government, for example. Now, I know the state government has put forward a number of arguments and their local representatives on this issue, and perhaps it also brings to light the fact that none of their bills can be paid at the post office. So they may wish to come to the party with council and look at a solution where you can pay things like a fine that you get from Transport New South Wales, your driver's licence or something like that at your local post office. If you're going to be able to pay your rates notice at your local post office, why can't you renew your driver's licence? Why can't you pay a fine? So there might be a more equitable system across the board that we can look at by partnering to get that economies of scale.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Castles, do you want to close the debate?
Yes, so looking at this amendment in inverted commas that Councillor Daniels has put forward, basically, when you look at it, first of all, I do have a concern because what I understood, and I think through you, Mr. Deputy Chair, Deputy Mayor, or to the CEO perhaps, but is that when we were originally sent this amendment, it was actually supposed to be an amendment of the staff, the staff report recommendation. Now, that is completely different from now turning it around and making it actually an amendment to a motion. I find this to be quite bizarre, frankly. Maybe I've missed something somewhere along the line, but really, these are two different things. So I'd like some clarity around this, because when this was submitted to us last week, and of course we didn't get to the staff report, etc. I know, Mr. Deputy Mayor, you and I have had a conversation about this today, that this was supposed to be last week going up as an amendment to the staff report, or with that recommendation, which is completely different to where it now is, which I find quite concerning, to say the least. And through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I would like to have an answer as to why this has suddenly been allowed to be somewhere else when it was supposed to be somewhere else.
I may have to defer it to others, but my understanding is we didn't debate the amendment at the last meeting. There seems to be some confusion where the amendment was going to be placed. I think Councillor Daniels is very clear that this was where she planned to put the amendment. She thought it was more appropriate, and I'm happy for the amendment to be voted on tonight.
Okay. Well, I'd like to, I guess, wrap up on this. So the amendment itself, all I'm now seeing is, I think there was one line left of the motion that I had put before the councillors, and in addition to which, obviously, in good faith, gave you the petitions, which I'm now finding slightly very concerning, because there were some actions to be taken with those petitions, which now, well, does that mean that doesn't happen? For example, as part of my motion, was around contacting the petitioners that had actually taken the time to sign this petition. Does that all go out the window? I simply cannot support what Councillor Daniels is suggesting as an amendment. I think it's really has abused the process, and I'm not suggesting Councillor Daniels has done that deliberately at all. I'm simply saying this process has been a typical process of hijack, which is exactly what the community do not want to see from this council. We have tried to be cooperative about this. Why we've bothered, I do not know, to be quite frank. Probably that was a big mistake on my part. But, you know, we get told it's a good idea if you can try and cooperate and you can actually come to some resolutions together and agree to some particular things that may be really important. But apparently, no. So I'm sorry, I cannot accept this amendment. I think it should not be in there. If Councillor Daniels wanted to pursue this, it should have been done as something completely separate, and I am appalled, to be quite frank, the way the community has been treated by people in this chamber with absolute disdain. Some things that have changed when resolutions have gone up or motions have gone up in this chamber have been because somebody has spoken to 5 people. And suddenly it's the whole of a suburb, a whole of an area that apparently wants something to change or wants something to be done. And funnily enough, budgets have been found to be able to do that. We all know that at in the budget process, when budgets are reviewed, money can be moved. There's no doubt about that. And this is an absolute joke to say that it's not possible in this case, and it's appalling. And I'd like to apologise on behalf of this room to the people of our community. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Castles. I will now put the amendment. All those in voting in favour of the amendment, please raise your hand and keep it raised. Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McWade, Councillor Moreland, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Daniels. All those against the amendment, please raise your hand. Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. I'll use my casting vote, and the amendment is carried. The amendment becomes the motion. All in favour of the motion: Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McWade, Councillor Moreland, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Daniels. All those against the motion: Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. I'll use my casting vote, and the motion carried. Councillors, we'll move on to item 7.3, Australia Post payment options.
Yes, Mr Mayor, I'll move the staff recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Eaton. Do you have a seconder? Councillor McNamara. Thank you. Do we have any debate on this item?
Yes, I have something I'd like to say.
Thank you, Councillor Castles. Thoughts?
Okay, so looking at the staff report, one of the things that I note in there is a list of the top post offices in terms of, where most people, the majority of people go. I think there's 4 of them listed, go to pay their bills.
Sorry, Councillor Castles, are you speaking for the staff report or against?
I just want to clarify something.
Okay.
It's a question. So I note that there are 4 post offices, I think, listed, and it sort of shows the ones that are the most used, if you like, for payment of council rates and bills. The issue is that there's next to each of those post offices, there is the nearest other council facility where you could pay. For example, it just sort of says, I think the one at Bay Village or Baddo Bay, the nearest council place you could pay your bill is the entrance visitor centre at the entrance. Now, it's a fairly long way away, so that's an issue in itself if people obviously can only drive for a short distance due to limitations on licences, etc. But the other thing that's very concerning is it doesn't make any mention of the fact that that's actually only open from 9:30 to 4:30 on Mondays, right? Not mentioned. Nada, not mentioned. Then, Erina Library, nearest to the post office there. Well, that's only open from 9 till 5 on Tuesdays. So this report is really not giving the detail. It's omitted to say that it is not convenient, basically, because if you can only go on a Tuesday or you can only go on a Monday, and hang on, Lake Haven Library, 9 to 5 on Wednesdays and Thursdays. Again, no mention of that in the report. This is a sort of wool that gets pulled over people's eyes so that they don't know and just assume it's people like us whinging about something that people can easily do somewhere else. It's a complete joke. So I'm just raising that issue. So I don't know if there are any other inaccuracies in that report, but that is a disgrace. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Castles. Any more debate on the item?
Mr Acting Mayor, could I perhaps through you to the CEO just clarify the operating hours of the Central Coast Visitor Centre at the entrance? And Erina, when I look at the website, it's different to what the council has just stated. Happy for you to take it on notice because I appreciate you might not have it right in front of you.
Thank you, through the Mayor. I'll need to take that one on notice and come back to you.
Councillor, is there any further debate? I'm sorry, Councillor Lamont.
I just wanted to add one thing that I'm really disappointed with all of this, and this goes to the previous is that we haven't, what's being ignored is how quickly we've done this. The speaker that we had last week, when you asked her when she actually found out about the changes, she found out from the post office itself. Like, you could understand making these changes if we gave people a forewarning first and said, look, you know, in the next couple of years, this is where council's going. But it's sort of like a cutthroat option, like this is what we're doing right now, and you have to live with it and put up with it. It's just ridiculous. And then saying services, using Services New South Wales as an equivalent, they came, you know, we had the RTA before, we had Medicare, we had other services and service centres basically got put into New South Wales. Services New South Wales, they're nothing like the post office. I mean, you can go in the post office and buy, you know, gifts, cards, whatever. Like the comparison with Services New South Wales, I just think is a scam. As I said, my most disappointing with this is the fact that we haven't given people the warning. Everyone probably thinks, yeah, this is probably going to happen down the track. But even if we had, you know, told the community this is going to happen in 2 years' time or in a year's time and let everyone know, and, you know, giving them time to prepare, it's just really disappointing. And it's probably one of, I just think, a really low act that we've sort of gone down this path. It's really sad. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lamont. Is there any further debate? If there's no further debate, I'll now put the motion. All those in favour of the motion, please raise your hand to keep it raised. Councillor Neil, Councillor Smith, no? Okay. Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McWade, Councillor Moreland, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Daniels. All those voting against the motion, please raise your hand. I'm sorry. The staff recommendation. Okay. Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh. Have I captured everybody? So we're voting for the staff recommendation? Yes. Yep. All right. I'll just go around the room again. Councillor McGregor. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
So it's now unanimous except for Councillor Lamont. Just check with Councillor.
Yes. So it's now unanimous apart from Councillor Lamont. Is that correct, Councillor Lamont?
I'm a bit confused from this in what we're actually voting on.
The staff recommendation, Councillor Lamont.
Oh, okay. So yeah, that's fine.
Thank you. So it's unanimous. Thank you, councillors. I declare that the motion carried. Thank you. Councillors, we'll move on to item 7.8, the New South Wales Public Libraries Association, Central Coast East Zone for councillor membership appointment. Councillor McGregor, did you want to move? Sorry, it's a New South Wales Public Library. I'm sorry.
I will formally move that we appoint Councillor Walsh as our representative on the committee.
Could I get a seconder, please? Councillor Castles. Any discussion or debate? Thank you, councillors. I now put the motion. All those in favour of the motion, please raise your hand and keep it raised. Councillor Moreland, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McWade, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Stanton, and Councillor Daniels. Thank you, councillors. I declare the motion carried. Councillors, we'll move on to item 4.1. It's a deferred item, notice of motion.
Mr Mayor, there was an item 7.11. No. Mr Mayor, on the last occasion when it was put up, I indicated that I would be moving an additional amendment. I will move the recommendation of staff with an additional clause 3. I have circulated that amendment both to Civic Support and to councillors, and that amendment is that 14 days prior to the preparation of the annual expenses report, and the council meeting, that the councillors be provided with a draft list of their expenses to allow them to confirm their payments.
Do you have a second to Councillor Neal? Councillor McNamara? Thank you, Councillor Smith.
No, not yet. Not yet. It was only one. It was only one sentence. It was
Yeah,
quite
Councillor
brief.
Neal, do you want to speak to it just while we're waiting? Councillor Neal, did you want to speak?
You'd like me to proceed?
Yes, please.
This is really just an administrative matter. This report is prepared each year. I do not suggest on this occasion that there were any errors in that report, but last year there was, which I was not able to determine until after it was provided as part of the report to council. I think I did indicate on the last occasion that it would be helpful to have a list prior. Unfortunately, that hasn't taken place. And I just think to ensure that the information is accurate and that councillors have the opportunity to check the report, it would be useful to have this done each time the report's prepared.
Thank you, Councillor Neal.
As a seconder, I agree. That's a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McNamara. If there's no further debate, I'll now put the motion. All those voting in favour of the motion, please raise your hand and keep it raised. Thank you. Councillor Lamont? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McWade, Councillor Lamont?
Yeah. Hands up.
Yeah, sorry, Councillor Lamont, your video's not working, so Councillor Stanton and Councillor Daniels, unanimous. Thank you, Councillor.
Yep.
I declare the motion.
I've got it.
I declare the motion carried. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, councillors. We'll now go back to item 4.1, the deferred item, notice of motion, improving the accessibility of council's monthly performance reporting. Councillor Lamont, I think you raised this item. Sorry, Councillor Neal, I need your microphone.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Sorry, Councillor Lamont, we're really struggling to hear.
Hello?
Your video's frozen as well. Yeah, Councillor Lamont.
Okay.
I'm happy.
Okay, I'm not really sure.
We seek a procedural motion to defer this matter or to lay this on the table and we'll back up.
Councillors, I seek to move a procedural motion that we put this, we lay this item on the table to Councillor Lamont can try to dial back in and we get better reception for her, seeing though she's the mover of this seconder. Thank you, Councillor Eaton. Can I ask councillors to vote on the procedural item? Thank you, Councillor McGregor. Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor Wade. I'll take it, Councillor Vermont will support it. Councillor Stanton and Councillor Daniels. Thank you, councillors. We'll come back to 4.1. Item 4.2, deferred item, notice of motion, artificial intelligence, AI governance framework. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. I'll move the motion and just see if I've got a seconder.
Thank you, Councillor McNamara.
So, Mr Deputy Mayor, I won't spend a lot of time speaking on this. There was a attachment that I included with the original notice of motion, and I appreciate the staff provided a response or some further staff information and response. A lot of that has been incorporated, so this motion has been amended to reflect some of the information provided by staff, noting that they have been working on a strategy and policy regarding AI and have indicated that that is well underway. So I accept that that work is being done. It would be, I do want to highlight though that I think the information provided from AICD and from the Audit Office and from other sources does really reflect that the council as the governing body really needs to be front and centre in this process in considering how AI will be incorporated into council and what are the key parameters. I think the information from AICD really highlighted that there are a number of dimensions to AI, including the human element, and the council, the governing body, together with the staff, really needs to be clear on the policy and the processes around that. So I'm pleased that there is work being done. I think it is important that there is a workshop that councillors are involved with. I don't think that's the final version, is it? No, that's not the final. Sorry. So we were expecting the staff to provide their draft policy and strategy, I think around November, if I'm correct. That will go out on exhibition, and it's important that the councillors have a workshop in between that being finalised so that councillors have a clear understanding. And I guess my request in this motion is that we have an independent facilitator come or an independent expert come and conduct that workshop. I don't know whether AIC do that kind of thing, but certainly the information that they have provided is really significant, really talks to councillors' role and the importance of councillors, you know, taking an interest and taking a role in this. So I hope this will be supported, and I commend the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith.
Could I just make one comment? Under the revised Code of Meeting Practice, the regulation that was made, we can't hold a workshop. We may be able to do it effectively the same as a professional development session.
I think I did change that. That's the updated version, Mr. CEO. So I think that covers that off. Sorry, there was a question, one question I had through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to the CEO. I know in the staff response to the original motion, there was a comment that the idea of noting when AI is used in our reports was being sort of deferred to be part of the policy and the strategy. Is there any reason why we can't start doing that now in the reports that we receive, just noting if AI has been used, what the context is, what proportion, and just making sure that it's been signed off by a person rather than just included? Is there any reason why we couldn't adopt that practice now?
I think I spoke to the meeting last time this was raised that there would be very, very few reports that wouldn't have an AI filter done on it or have some amount of AI in it. The question is, how do you make some sort of valid assessment of what that means? I don't think there's any standards yet. Some reports, you know, potentially, and I'm not sure, but some reports may well, you know, start as an AI generation and then are polished, but likewise some reports are finished and then are polished by AI. What I'm saying is the ability to do that and create any sort of standard of advice is going to be quite difficult. I suggest we deal with that via a policy piece.
All right, I will accept that, but I guess I appreciate your response, but again, I would hope that managers and directors in the organisation ask that of their own staff. You know, if they get something from their staff, that they're conscious of whether it's their work, AI, how much AI, like I would expect, wouldn't you want to know, within the organisation, whether what you're getting is AI generated, AI slop, original content, how it's been assisted. I mean, I think that's an important component, but I'm happy to wait for it to be developed as part of that.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Is there any more debate? I'm sorry, Councillor McGregor. please.
So, look, I will rise to support the resolution, but before I do that, I'd like to foreshadow a procedural motion at the conclusion of this debate that we take a 5-minute break. So I will seek to do that at the end of this. Thank you, Mr. Acting Mayor. I commend the councillors for bringing this to the chamber and indicating that they'll support it. Obviously, the introduction and the adoption of AI is the big question for our society at the moment, beyond climate change, of which AI contributes significantly to. But you know, this change, these developments goes well and truly far beyond staff reports or internal documents or anything like that. It also comes down to people's privacy, the use of data brokers, what happens with people's data, biometrics, you know, the facial recognition software that we use to access our council IT. Is that stored on internal servers? Is it based in Australian cloud-based servers? Is it based in the US? Is it based in another country? What kind of security do we have around that data? What integration with external services and agencies do we have that use AI or do not use AI? What guides and polices that, for example, CCTV footage used by external agencies to collect data, to monitor either for commercial transactions, potentially policing. We've seen how that's happened in Western Australia with the targeting of Aboriginal people. We've seen how that's happened in America, in the United States of America, I should say rather, with ICE, and even the way that people's personal doorbells are being used in that sphere. So for an organisation of this scale and this size, with the amount of data and sensitive information that we have, I think that's something that really needs to be strongly considered, really needs to be looked at. Obviously, I work for a state government agency as a frontline public sector worker. AI is of significance to that organisation from a staff point of view, where you have different staff, different departments, different schools using different AI. Obviously, we're supposed to use EduChat, but there's also many other alternatives out there. People are using them privately or professionally. One could only imagine that if that's happening at the Department of Education, it's probably happening at Department of Health and councils across the country and lots of other private businesses. The interface between them is quite important. The veracity of the information in reports is something that we come back to again. When you have the creators of these softwares saying that, you know, 40 to 60% of the responses that come through AI are not accurate, well, that should be of some concern to this organisation. Even if you're just talking about people who are out on the tools quickly Googling something to try and find a way to do something, if 40 to 60% of the time they're asking a quick question, it's coming back wrong, that is a problem. Not to mention that last week we had the issue with Anthropic, which was then also confirmed by OpenAI as well, that they've had some of these early AI models escape the lab. They are live on the internet and running wild against their parameters that they're programmed with and against the owners of the corporations that developed and devised them. We have no conception whatsoever of how, if these things are even engaged in any government services or in any government networks, let alone foreign actors, private sources, you know, even Signals Directorate or some of our friends over in China or Russia, North Korea, they might be interested in getting access to, say, our water and sewer network. You know, that would be kind of a big deal. Electricity generation and the like. So whilst AI is good for sorting large amounts of data sets, how it's implemented and the practical way of which it impacts this organisation is not something that I personally, from some of the discussions we've had earlier, believe is really being looked at in enough detail. I think this is one of the most omnipresent threats for this organisation. Obviously, every threat is an opportunity as well. There will be some opportunities that come with AI, and particularly, in my view, quantum computing, of which the Central Coast is particularly well placed to be a real hub of, and in the past, councils have tried to advocate for that. And this council, I believe, should be pushing that through the Economic Development Committee. But this is going to be the big thing as it's introduced, as it starts to scale in society. And when we have AI actually operating in things, I mean, you're talking about people with smart glasses with AI. I've been in contact with constituents today quite concerned about being filmed at public places by people using their Meta AI glasses to look at some of the young ladies there. There's a multitude of issues with AI that are going to come up one way or another, and it goes well and truly far beyond the kind of documents that are created on internal council software and on internal council computers. So I believe this is something we should get our heads around, we should get some knowledge on, we should get some framework on it. There should be policies and processes around what we're doing. but we need to look at this holistically because there are, as I said, so many different issues that are arising from this that need to be looked at and need to be responded to. And rather than responding, let's try and get ahead of what we can because this change is coming and it's coming very fast. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGregor. Is there any further debate on this item? Thank you, councillors. I'll now put the motion. All those voting in favour of the motion, please raise your hand and keep it raised. Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McWade, Councillor Lamont. It's nice to see your hand. Thanks, Councillor Lamont. Councillor Stanton and Councillor Daniels. Thank you, unanimous. Appreciate that. The procedural motion for a 10-minute quick recess that was suggested by Councillor McGregor. Can I have a mover? Thank you. Appreciate that. All in favour? I think it's unanimous. Thank you, councillors. We'll be back at 7:05. And Councillor Lamont, I'll come back to you with your item.
Sorry, Mr. Acting Mayor,
Yes?
it was not unanimous.
Oh, I'm sorry. Was that yourself, Councillor Stanton?
Correct.
Great. Thank you. Can you please note that?
We've only been going for 1 hour.
Okay.
That was on the procedure. That was on the procedural motion.
Yes.
Yeah. Procedural motion, not unanimous. Yeah.
No. Thanks, Councillor Stanton. the table. Thank you, Councillor Wright. Can I get a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Smith. All in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Item 4.1, deferred item, notice of motion, improving the accessibility of council's monthly performance reporting. Councillor Lamont, it's all yours.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. Could I get civic support to please put up my amendments that I submitted last week, if that's okay? And I guess in the meantime, if I might speak to it. I originally moved this motion because I thought there was an opportunity to make council's already comprehensive financial reporting easier for councillors and the community to understand. Since then, the CEO has advised that the improvements to our monthly reporting are already planned as part of the implementation of One Council, including potentially greater use of dashboards, graphs, charts, infographics and executive summaries, and having a look at what other councils are doing. I'm pleased to hear that, and that's why I've amended my motion. What I'm specifically asking for now is a one-page health dashboard to sit at the front of our existing detailed reporting, not to replace it. Every month, council publishes.
Sorry, Councillor Lamont, can I just jump in? Do you have a seconder?
Oh, okay, sorry.
Hands flying up everywhere. Councillor Smith, thank you.
Okay, I'll
Thank you,
continue.
Councillor Lamont.
Thank you. Every month, council publishes detailed reports over many, many pages covering finances, investments, organisational performance. These reports are comprehensive, professionally prepared, and provide councillors with the information we need to make informed decisions. I'm not suggesting that there's anything wrong with those reports, and I'm not asking for additional reports. The level of detail is important, but it can make it difficult for people to quickly gain an overall understanding of where things are at council. I also think we should remember that transparency isn't just about making information available. It's about making important information understandable. That's why I think councillors in the community would benefit from one page that brings important information together and tells the whole story. At a glance, we should be able to see, are we running an underlying surplus or deficit? How much unrestricted cash do we have, and how does that compare with our target? How much cash is restricted? What is our debt position? Our major cost tracking to budget, and how much of the capital program we originally committed to is actually being delivered. I'm asking that key information be brought together on one page using plain English, trends and simple visual indicators while keeping all the detailed financial reporting behind it. This also isn't a new issue for Central Coast Council. I believe it goes back to 2017. A dashboard was actually initially requested back then, and it certainly came up in the 2021 public inquiry. So it's not something that I'm asking that is, hasn't been asked for before. I think a one-page financial health dashboard would make our already strong financial reporting considerably more useful to councillors and much more accessible to the community, and I hope councillors will support it. We're here to provide oversight over what's happening in council. I just think it would also be really good if more people in the community got involved and gave oversight over what we were doing as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lamont. Is there any further discussion? Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Mr. Acting Mayor, I will stand, just as per the sitting orders, not for any particular reason I should add. But just wanted to clarify, because I did, based on the original motion, have a amendment that I circulated with all councillors before the last meeting, and again after the business paper came out, to defer this to the November Governance and Finance Committee meeting. And that wasn't because the material of the motion wasn't good. It was because the staff report acknowledged that there are some changes going into the October meeting, and the Governance and Finance Committee came at a good time where it was 2 weeks after that. So it would be a good opportunity to see the October business paper, work through it as a group, and then see if that initial design is appropriate. I suppose my question would be through the CEO, just in terms of whether, given you are working towards that current reporting change, whether there's some interim changes like what's suggested here that are realistically achievable between now and October, noting it will just be the September meeting because October will be different anyway. Is that something you have resourcing for September?
Thank you, Councillor. At the moment, the focus of both the finance and the digital teams is in finalising phase 1, preparing for phase 2 of the digital transformation, but specifically in the finance team on generating our financial statements for audit and moving through that process. Any changes will need to wait until after both of those things occur, which is why we've offered to make some changes based on the new information from Tech One from October onwards. I think it will be evolving, and I would be happy to work with councillors in terms of what they would like to see and how that could look. But it will be an evolving practice as we turn on more functionality and have the time to roll out changes.
Thank you, Director. With that in mind, I might move the amendment which I previously had, if civic support could please raise it on the screen. Again, just to acknowledge that I think what Councillor Mott has raised is very valid. I think the monthly finance and investment report for the public can often be hard to interpret, and given that we are going to get the next one of these in October, I think having it at the committee in November, 2 weeks later, gives us that opportunity to review it. And I think a lot of what's listed under point 2 in terms of executive summaries, telling a story, and particularly the greater use of graphs, charts and dashboards would certainly have some merit. And perhaps that's something that the staff can consider throughout the next few months in terms of what we're sort of looking for as a council to make that information easier to read. So does that... I'll just give the staff a moment to work through it. Yeah, can you second it?
Councillor Wright, do you have a second?
Yeah, Councillor McNamara.
Councillor McNamara.
So can we just clarify what the amendment actually is?
Sorry, I'm just waiting for it to appear on screen. So that is the amendment there, councillors, on screen that I did circulate prior, and that was to defer it to the November committee meeting, and would certainly welcome all councillors to come and discuss that, and again would encourage the staff to have a look at what Councillor Mott's put forward and think about how that could be taken in for October and November.
Mr. Mayor, could I just ask a question of the CEO? Does that timetable consistent with the method, the other work items that are occurring at the moment, and is it actually a doable timetable?
Thank you, Councillor, through the chair. It is doable in the sense that, as I stated, it will be an evolving improvement that we move through. So we will present a slightly different and enhanced report to the October meeting that can then go to the November Governance and Finance Committee for detailed discussion and feedback, and then we can take it from that point on to continue to improve it. So understanding that it's an evolving program, then I think that timeframe is doable.
Councillor Lamont, will you accept that amendment?
No, not in its format. I wouldn't mind including it. I'd still like to leave. I mean, if the Governance Finance Committee wants to talk about what council has prepared up to that stage, that's fine. But I'd still like a report presented to council in January. I think that taking it to the Governance Finance Committee, the next one, I think is too soon, and I would prefer council to come back to all of us in January with a report with what they can actually do, rather than even worrying about going to the Governance Finance Committee. I just think council probably has got a lot on with the audit and finances at this stage, so I don't think there's any requirement for it to go. I mean, if Councillor Wright would like it discussed at the Governance Finance Committee, that's fine. We can include that in there, but I would like a formal report at January on how we're moving forward with this.
Mr. Acting Mayor.
So I'm happy to include that we look at it in the next Governance Finance, but with still keeping my amendment in place.
Mr. Acting Mayor, given there, and through you to Councillor Lamont, given there is no January meeting, the Governance and Finance Committee committee will also meet in February. So I'd be happy to defer the matter to the February Governance and Finance Committee meeting, which means it would then come to the February ordinary meeting of council. So that means you'd still get a report to council if that's amenable to you.
Well, it sort of seems to me like you're trying to justify your committee. So I don't know why we have to do that, where we can just take it to the whole council, a report straight to all council. I don't care whether it's in November or there's not one, but that's what it sort of feels like. Like you're trying to justify your committee. Everyone's invited to it. What I'm saying is we don't need to do that. We can just give the report straight to council and we can vote on it just like we do with other reports that go straight to council instead of to a committee.
Thanks, Councillor Lamont. I'll go to Councillor Smith. I may come back to you, Councillor Wright.
Well, can we just clarify
Mr.
where it ended
Deputy Mayor. So, look, further to the points made by Councillor Wright and by Councillor Lamont, again, I don't see the need to have the two separate motions and amendments. I would think that what Councillor Wright has put on the screen could be just included as an additional part to Councillor Lamont's amendment. Not that it be deferred, but that the Governance and Finance consider what Councillor Lamont has put in her motion. I really think that, it just achieves nothing in terms of, there's just no reason not to support what Councillor Lamont has put forward. And it can certainly go to the Governance Committee for their comment and on whether it be the report or whether it be the elements that Councillor Lamont has put forward. So I would ask Councillor Wright to maybe just include his amendment as a part 3. It sounded like Councillor Lamont was willing to accept that.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that you just included as part 3 that it further the Governance and Finance Committee consider the information requested above. Whether that be at the, I think, November or the February one is probably neither here nor then because it won't be finalised until February. Would Councillor Wright consider that, please?
Well, I suppose the point I would make is that we are getting the changes to the October meeting anyway. So if you left it till the February and just put it in the ordinary council meeting, you'd still be getting 3 changed reports during that time. You'd have the October, the November and the December meeting. So I don't see any harm in reviewing 2 weeks after the October meeting. You'll be able to review that format, and then from November.
Councillor Wright, you can do that. Nobody's stopping you from doing it. Nobody's stopping you from doing that. I think just perhaps be respectful of what another councillor has put forward that is reasonable, that I understand reflects some of the commentary at ARIC. That is part of, as Councillor Lamont indicated, a dashboard that was initiated, well before and never completed. So I just think there's no reason not to allow this to go forward. I know you're going to pull me into line, Mr. Deputy Mayor, so I'll just keep talking and let you interject.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Wright, can I get clarification whether you'll accept?
Okay, I'll accept what's on the screen.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Lamont, you're happy with the wording that's on the screen at the moment? Thank you, Councillor Lamont. Councillors, any more discussion on the item? Thank you, councillors. I'll put the motion. All those voting in favour of the motion, please raise your hand and keep it raised. Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McWade, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Stanton, and Councillor Daniels. Thank you, unanimous. Thank you, councillors. The motion is carried. Councillors, we'll go back to item 4.3, the deferred item, notice of motion, local strategic planning statement. Councillor Walsh, I think this is your item.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Acting Mayor. And I have a seconder.
Right, happy to second, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. So through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, A couple of questions through you to the CEO, please. Just in response to the CEO's response in the business paper, where the CEO says officers will consider community feedback, but will the report coming back to council provide a specific response to each substantive issue raised in submissions, including the concerns around ecologically significant matters, climate resilience, biodiversity, COS and mapping, or will the matters simply be kind of incorporated into a general summary or submission?
Mr Nichols.
Through Mr Mayor, the council, what occurs is that there's a review of all submissions happening at the moment, and then what will occur is that there'll be a report put to the EP committee that summarises those issues for councillors' information. What we're then planning to do is the following month hold a public forum where people can come and present on their submissions. And then the following month, we would then put an updated draft LSPS to councillors for their consideration, and whether you wanted to adopt that or put it on exhibition for a second time. So there'll be an extensive process for people to talk about their submissions and for councillors to consider those submissions before we put an updated draft to council.
Thank you, Director. Thank you for that added clarity. So one more question, maybe two. So on the back of the debate around standing committee potential delegation changes, strategies, plans and frameworks will, through you, Mr Mayor, to the CEO or Director, can the CEO confirm whether the final LSPS will necessarily return to the full council for adoption, which is sounding like it might, or whether it could ultimately be determined under delegated standing committee authority?
The LSPS 1 is a statutory document, so it couldn't be dealt with under delegation. 2, it would be hard to call it a minor document either.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Well, I'll speak in support of my motion because, as the CEO points out, it's a pretty strategic, significant document, 20-year strategic planning framework for our Central Coast. But I think we do need to be careful about what we're being asked to lock in through this LSPS. It's not a particularly simple document. The decisions we make about this document will influence planning decisions long after many of us have left the chamber and maybe even left the planet. I believe our responsibility is to make sure that the document is not simply aspirational, though I understand why that is important as well, but that it provides a clear, measurable and accountable framework for the future. And I want to acknowledge that the CEO's response identifies some positive elements within the draft LSPS, including Planning Priority 2, which deals with protecting our rural and natural areas and preparing for a changing climate. But respectfully, I don't believe the response adequately answers the concerns raised in my motion, very particularly around the mapping. So it tells us that officers will consider submissions. Director has provided more information about that this evening, and that's good. So what should
Sorry,
happen?
Councillor Walsh. Can I get a seconder for Councillor Walsh?
Yes,
Councillor Smith, thank
Councillor
you.
Smith had. Yes.
Thank you, Councillor.
So my motion is actually asking for something more. It's asking that Council receive a report that actually demonstrates how the substantive issues raised by our community have been considered and resolved, even with due regard to what Director Nichols has provided us in that answer this evening. If residents, environmental organisations and community groups raise substantive concerns about biodiversity, climate, resilience, COS or mapping, and I've had any number of contacts from those in the community, very particularly around COS and mapping, you know, they deserve to know whether those concerns were accepted, rejected or modified. So the high-level strategic planning does not mean that our objectives should be unmeasurable. I I want to support this document, but I want to support it in a more specific and expanded way. So, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Walsh. I'll go to Councillor Eaton, but I think Councillor Lamont had her hand up as well. So
No, I didn't.
You didn't? Oh, thank you.
No, sorry.
Councillor Eaton.
Yes, thank you, Mr Acting Mayor. I've got an amendment which I have circulated, if that could be brought up. And I'll need a seconder. Thank you, Councillor McMahon.
Councillor McMahon, thank you.
Yes, that's the amendment, which I know was circulated to all councillors last Tuesday afternoon. Councillors, I refer you to the CEO's comments and to, in fact, the answers from the director. This strategy is certainly a very important strategy, but at the end of the day, it's actually a zoning strategy. It's a land use strategy. It talks about where new residential might go, where existing residential might be increased in terms of density. And I know, speaking to the director last Friday, there's more of that in the current version of the document about increasing density around town centres and the like than there is about new residential areas. But at the end of the day, it's a land use or a zoning document. So it doesn't go into, and cannot, things like tree canopy, biodiversity, climate resilience, urban heat reduction, even though they're all good things. I'm not saying that they're not important things. They just don't fit within this particular strategy, which is about land use planning. Having said that, it will, as it must, come back to council following the exhibition, to, first of all, the Environment Planning Committee, but then through that to the council. And if council aren't happy about it, as the amendment says, then it will have to go out and be re-exhibited. But I think it's a bit premature to say, when we don't know what's in the results from the exhibition, but we know that there'll be many, to go and charge off in a certain direction. Let's wait and see what's in the document, and noting that some of the stuff that Councillor Walsh would like to see in it, it's not the document for that, although I'm sure there are other policies that could examine those issues. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Eaton. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. So I do have a question, but I will just respond or make a comment in response to Councillor Eaton's comments. I do understand what he says, but I don't think he's correct. It is the 20-year vision that people have for their area, for their neighbourhood. And yes, it includes land use. It's a land use, about the 20-year land use vision, but it also talks about local character, what aspects are important to communities in their local area. So it does include those other things like COS and cooling and tree canopy. You know, what's the local character that you want in your area? What's the amenity that you want? So I don't think Councillor Eaton is correct. Separate to that, I just do have a question through you to the CEO. So, Mr CEO, my recollection, and I have harped on this a number of times over the last, I don't know, 10 years, 5 years, however long we've been doing LSPSs, which isn't that long. But there was a direction from the Minister of Planning at the time that for a merged council, that ward councillors would specifically have a role in signing off on the LSPS for that ward. I note that staff are now doing the LSPS in terms of planning units. I don't recall, I don't have a recollection of when that view changed, that it has gone from ward-based document to a planning, sorry, and I've got the term wrong, there is a term that staff use about the 7 social planning units or something along those lines. But it has been clear in my mind, and I haven't gone back through to look at resolutions or directions, that the LSPS, particularly the one for a merged council, needed to incorporate ward councillors in signing off on the LSPS for their ward, or in being involved. The wording, I've probably got the wording a bit wrong. I know I've sent this to staff over the years a number of times, but I'm not sure whether that's still on anybody's radar or whether I need to do all of that again. So through you, Mr Deputy Mayor, I wonder if the CEO has any kind of response regarding that.
I can't add any value. The only thing I can say is you're building a document 20 years. We've currently got 5 wards and we're very soon to have 3 wards, which will be dramatically different. So that point is an issue, and that's why you do planning areas, because they're generally natural areas of development and growth. Mr Nichols might be able to add some more value.
To you, Mr Mayor, Council, it's signed off by the full elected council. There's no role for ward councillors specifically to sign off on elements of it other than participation in the overall process, and we try to structure the consultation so that councillors are familiar with the contents in their wards or planning districts in the plan, but no, there's no formal role for ward councillors specifically to sign off. It goes to the full council.
All right, just to follow up through you, Mr Deputy Mayor, can I just check through you, Mr CEO, if I may, to Mr Nichols, whether he's aware of the ministerial direction that I keep referring to or not?
Through Mr Mayor, I have a vague recollection, Councillor. It may have been something to do with amalgamated councils specifically, but it definitely doesn't apply now.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Walsh.
Right of reply is around, I acknowledge some of the things that Councillor Eaton has said, but the motion that I've brought to the chamber actually is very much in response to constituent concerns about what I guess they're hoping will be in the LSPS. So I recognise that it will come to full council. I guess I'm asking that council essentially leads the way on things like COS and climate resilience and clear mapping for constituents, particularly like I've had 2 concerns from visually impaired constituents who simply, there was no, they had no ability to be able to understand what the mapping was saying. So this is why I was so precise about the things I was asking for in the motion. But the amendment is not something that I accept, but we'll be voting on it, I guess. I guess we know which way it'll go.
Thanks, Councillor Walsh. If there's no further debate, I'll put the amendment. All those voting in favour of the amendment, please raise your hand and keep it raised. Councillor Moreland, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McWade, Councillor Stanton and Councillor Daniels. Sorry, Councillor Daniels, when you're not sitting next to me, I tend to forget your last name, obviously.
Write it down.
All against the amendment, please raise your hand. Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, and Councillor Lamont. I'll use my casting vote, and the amendment's carried. The amendment becomes the motion. All in favour of the motion: Councillor Moreland, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McWade, Councillor Neal, Councillor Stanton, and Councillor Daniels. Sorry, Councillor Daniels. Yeah, I do. I've got it in my hand, Councillor Daniels. My apologies. I declare the motion carried. Thank you, councillors. I didn't do it.
You did the fours, you didn't do the.
Oh, I'm sorry, councillors. I didn't do the against, so thank you, Councillor McGregor. Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Lamont. Thank you, councillors. I declare the motion carried. Thank you. Okay. Item 4.4, deferred item notice of motion Tech 1 systems report. Councillor McGregor, that was your report.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Acting Mayor. Look, I'd encourage everyone to support what is soon to be on the screen. In regards to the original motion that I've moved here, it's pretty simple. It's plain English, asking for the actual elected body, the apparent decision makers, to actually get a report on this. This implementation of this software is one of the most significant things post-amalgamation to happen to this organisation. It's something that internally and externally there's a lot of argument for an introduction of an all-in-one system like this for going back well and truly over a decade. Many millions have been wasted not getting us to where we eventually did get, which is certainly preferable to all the sort of piecemeal actions that had occurred in the past. The change, I believe, is going to be a positive one once it's implemented. But as I said, rather than filing it off to the ARIC committee and pretending that, you know, assuages all we need to be assuaged and suddenly that's a miraculous fix for it to go to a committee that only one of us sit on and most of us don't even get to read the minutes of or look at the documents of. It's about having it come back to the elected body, so the people that are supposed to be in charge of this organisation, not a committee that exists to, you know, fill a legislative vacuum, actually gets the report. I understand that there is probably soon to be an amendment on this one, but again, as I said, the clear distinction is this is one of the most, if not the most important decision that's been made for this organisation since amalgamation when it comes to the harmonisation of the IT system. I would like to see a report on that and how it's panned out come back to the elected body, the apparent decision makers, maybe not the actual, but the apparent decision makers in this, rather than filing it off to the ARIC committee. As you heard from Councillor Lamont with the financial dashboard one, the ARIC committee had spent over a decade arguing for that. Hopefully we get them by our November meeting.
Sorry, Councillor McGregor, I just get a second. Thank you, Councillor Neal. Thank you.
But this really shouldn't be too controversial, and if you are, you know, considering yourself an actual decision maker, then it might be a good idea to get the information on it. So I encourage you to support the original wording which you see on the screen rather than an amendment that comes through from any others.
Councillor McGregor, I'm just reading the motion. I think you may want to change number 1. You got August ordinary council meeting.
You can change it to September.
Okay. Thank you.
That just reflects the time frame given it was deferred for a little while there.
Councillor Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Mayor. I speak in support of this motion because essentially the implementation of the Tech 1 system is a good news story. We have struggled, certainly during the period that I've been on council, which is relatively short, 2 years, but I suspect for many years before, really since the amalgamation of the council, the IT system and access to information has not worked properly. This new system appears to be going exceedingly well, and I congratulate the Director for Corporate Services in managing it in such an effective way. But of course, if we have a good news story, we want the community to know, and we want to know about it. So I welcome this motion from Councillor McGregor, and I look forward to receiving all the information that to let us know where we are and where we will be getting to in a very short period of time.
Thank you, Councillor Neal. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Mayor. As Councillor McGregor alluded to, I did have an amendment, and that was, again, just based on timing. But I suppose, as I said on the last motion, I don't have an issue to the substance of the motion. It's more about the timing of information. So, for example, my understanding is which was actually, to go back, sorry, this was originally for the August meeting, and we've been told by staff on a number of occasions that the Tech 1 changeover that's currently underway is not currently complete, which is why I sought to.
Mr. Mayor, could you please obtain a direction from the person presently, the councillor presently on his feet, as to whether he's speaking in favour of the motion or against it?
That's right. You're speaking in favour or against the motion?
I will speak. Yeah, well, I haven't moved the amendment yet, so I will speak in favour for it for the sake of debate.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
But again, the issue for me is really based on timing. So could I get some clarity through the CEO about when the Tech 1 report, when the Tech 1 current phase with the hypercare is due to be completed?
Phase 1 hypercare completion will be the end of September. I can confirm that there is a report going to this week's ARIC committee. That information is currently available to councillors in the papers for that ARIC committee. And if there is a resolution to bring a report to council in September, it will be substantially the same report, as nothing much will change in the next 2 weeks. Other than that, the reviews indicated in the CEO response will be undertaken over the next few months, and I believe that the independent internal audit will be undertaken in the next calendar year, so that's when those reports will become available. Again, happy to share those with the council.
So, sorry, just to clarify in terms of the audit process, if we were to move this motion to October, for example, would that allow for a more full report, or are you saying you'd still need to go through that audit process before you can provide councils with a full report?
I will endeavour to provide council with as much information as possible up until the date of when that report needs to be concluded. This is a 4-year program, so every month things will change and could be updated at that stage. So I can provide a report at any stage, and that will include the most contemporary information possible.
Sure. Thank you, Director. With that in mind, I'm happy to continue supporting the motion, and then would then leave it open to the mover if they wish to delay the report to get further information. But I'm happy to get an interim report at that time, and obviously we can see the ARIC minutes as well. So thank you for that.
Councillor McGregor, for your right of reply and consideration of the amendment.
Councillor Lamont's had a hand
I
up
was just
quite a
going to
while.
say, based on what we said there, if you want to change the date from September to, what do you want, November? October? If we change it to October, I'm happy to accept that.
Councillor Mills. Thank you. Councillor Lamont, thank you.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. I do actually have an amendment that I've wanted to share with everyone just to see if it would be acceptable. And that's mainly based on the CEO's response and the fact that this is actually a 4-year project. And I was just wondering if Civic Support could bring it up and see if and get everyone's thoughts on it. The only problem that I have with the CEO's response, it is, while the current arrangement is that ARIC will still receive quarterly reporting. It is a 4-year report, and there is a directly reporting. There should be directly reporting back to council. ARIC oversight is not the same as reporting back to council, and we approve the project, budget, etc. So we should have some visibility on meeting schedule, budget, and benefits and risks of the actual project. Any problems? That is why I'm suggesting the amendment that I have to the NOM.
Councillor Lamont, do you have a seconder to the amendment? Has anybody seen it?
I did share it, but
That's right, Councillor
thank
Walsh.
you.
Yes. Thank you, Councillor Walsh.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, could we just get some clarification on how it's different from the original motion? It wasn't clear to me, not seeing them side by side.
Councillor Lamont, would you like to respond? Councillor Smith.
Yeah, so what it's basically saying, because it is a work in progress, I don't think it's just, to me, I don't think there's a point in just getting one report. I think it has to be it has to continue going into the future. That's my opinion, over 4 years, and we really need some, it's very similar, I think, but we're just asking for a 6-monthly report starting from February on the progress and everything. That's pretty much in line with what the CEO's response. I just think we need the report back, and I just think it should be more regular, not just like a one-off at this stage.
Thanks, Councillor Lamont. Councillor McGregor?
Look, I think for the interests of clarity, and I'm happy to try and work with everyone here to build consensus on this, what about if we just added a point 3 as an addendum to my motion, just asking for a further report to the February 2027 meeting? Rather than going into all of the stuff with your amendment, I'm happy to just request a second or a further report to the February 2027 meeting.
Yep, okay.
Hopefully that's amenable to everyone else.
Councillor Neal, seconder, you happy with that? Councillor Lamont, you happy with that?
Yep, I am.
Is there any further discussion or debate, councillors? Thank you, councillors. I'll now put the motion. All those voting in favour of the motion, please raise your hand and keep it raised. Councillor Moreland, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McWade. It's unanimous. Everyone online has also voted yes. Thank you, councillors. I declare the motion carried. Councillors, we'll move on to item 4.5, the deferred item notice of motion, the gambling, harm and minimisation on the Central Coast. Councillor Neal.
Thank you, Mr Acting Mayor. As you're aware, there's been substantial changes in the policy area since I formally raised this notice of motion. In fact, there has been a package of harm minimisation introduced by both the New South Wales Government through David Harris, both the Minister for Gaming and the Minister for the Central Coast. Plus, there's also been a package of harm minimisation put through the Federal Parliament. This has substantially changed the landscape in this area, and accordingly I would like to amend a number of the terms of the motion that I put forward as they've now already been implemented. So I'd like to delete from my motion and therefore renumber item 2, which is the introduction of the statewide exclusion register, already announced by Minister Harris. Delete item 3, mandate facial recognition technology be installed for all gaming rooms. Again, delete that as that has been announced by Minister Harris. Number 4, delete.
So sorry, can you just, there's no numbering on that corresponding with what you're saying. Is it part A, B, C? Is that what you're deleting? Or?
No. The item 2 is, I'm having a bit of trouble because it's quite small, is the one that says urgently. Introduce a statewide exclusion register. Yes, so that's E. Should be deleted as having already been announced. The facial recognition technology has already been announced, so should be deleted. Reducing significantly the number of gaming machines in New South Wales, which is E now, that should be deleted as already being announced. And what was in my motion 5, which is rolling out technology to enable account-based play, which I believe is also now E, should also be deleted. In relation to what was item 9, which is develop a comprehensive state-based strategy, which is, I think, a bit further down. Yes,
no, it's that one. Yeah, H.
It should be replace comprehensive with further, since a major part of the strategy has already been implemented by the announcement of the Minister. Having indicated those amendments, I will then proceed to speak in support of my motion.
Councillor Neal, do you have a seconder? Councillor Walsh, thank you.
I am someone who has always been a strong believer in harm minimisation, and gambling is a particular problem in our community. This motion is timely because of last week's announcement by the New South Minister for Gaming. and he did announce a significant package of gaming reforms undertaken by the Minns government, including the things I've indicated in my amendment to my motion: statewide exclusion register, mandatory facial recognition technology in gaming rooms, third-party exclusions by family members, a ban on gambling advertising on government and council-owned assets, and stronger measures to reduce poker machine numbers across New South Wales. I do welcome these amendments, and I do commend Minister Harris in relation to these changes, because on the Central Coast we have a particular staggering impact from gambling. Vulnerable people in our community lose around $1 million every single day from gambling. That's just here on the coast. That is money that could be paying mortgages, rent, groceries, school expenses and household bills. Instead, it is being lost through activity that for far too many people, it becomes an addiction rather than a form of entertainment. Behind these figures are real people. There are families facing financial hardship, relationships breaking down, mental health struggles, and children who have experienced the consequences of their parents' gambling addiction. Gambling harm does not stop with the individual placing the bet or sitting at the poker machine. The effects ripple through the entire community. Many of the measures introduced today are reflected in this motion, and I particularly welcome exclusion register, because this is an action that the family themselves can take. I strongly support the focus on online gambling. Young people today are exposed to gambling promotions in ways that previous generations never were. The development of a comprehensive strategy to reduce gambling online is essential if we are serious about protecting our future generations and our young people today. This motion is not anti-club. I recognise the value that our clubs provide to our community, but at the same time I encourage them to seek other opportunities of fundraising that do not rely on the extent of gambling that presently exists. They need to diversify their revenue and strengthen their roles as community hubs.
Now, please.
Thank you. I urge the Council to support this proposal. It's the direction that both the federal and the state government are going, and I think it's important that as the community we stand together with them and make harm minimisation in gambling a priority for this council.
Thank you, Councillor Neal. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. I have got a question and possibly an amendment, but I will just make some comments first. So I thank Councillor Neal for bringing this to the chamber. I think it is such an important issue, and that statistic of $1 million a day being lost on the Central Coast through gambling is staggering, and shouldn't be glossed over, because that is harm that is caused to our community. It's addiction, it's harm, it's impacts that are not just on individuals but on families and communities. I will support Councillor Neal's motion as is, but need to express disappointment. I think the commentary around the changes made by the federal government is that they fall far short from what the Murphy report required, and they fall far short from what a range of commentators, a range of people working in this sector wanted and almost begged for from the federal government. Maybe it's a start, but it's a meagre start, and dishonours some of the work that has been done by others in this space. I do have a question through you to the CEO, and possibly an amendment. I might put the amendment up first and then be shot down once I've got that on the screen. But I guess my first part of the amendment is to invite somebody to come and speak to the Community and Culture Committee. I don't think that's controversial. There are, and I think you mentioned Wesley. Yeah,
The Wesley Mission have done quite a lot of research in this area, and I did receive a briefing from them.
Yes.
I think it'd be very worthwhile inviting them along to the committee.
So I would love to get them along, because I know that for a long time they've been advocating for councils to take a role in this, and I think they will have useful ideas and useful comparisons of what other councils have done that this council might consider. The last part of my amendment is more related to planning, and so I will seek some advice, and this is where I expect to be shot down. But although we don't regulate gambling, we have a role in planning, in assessing DAs. And my meagre knowledge of this is that in the EP&A Act, under matters of consideration, there is a social impact component. I think generally, and I'm not talking about this council, but generally right across the board, it's regarded that councils right across the state assess social impact relatively poorly, partly because developers' information on social impact is usually pretty poor. So I guess I'm seeking from advice through the CEO about whether there is an opportunity, like how could we look at how our council assesses social impact to give greater consideration of the impact or the harm caused by gambling and poker machines. And I suppose in theory it relates to whether we are getting DAs that involve poker machines or moving poker machines or increasing the numbers, because I understand that liquor and gaming have the role, but council has a role in assessing social impact of those DAs that might be relevant. So could I just get some comments through the CEO, please?
I'm not in a position to provide any information. Mr. Nichols might be able to help.
Through Mr. Mayor, Councillor, there is not a standard provision for a social impact assessment. It's a little bit more complicated for different development types. We don't often get too many applications that involve poker machines. But if it was the case that there was development come through for gambling, we'd have to provide more detailed information to you to be about the specific context of that individual development.
So maybe if the mover would support it, that we just request further information on how council might consider gambling as part of its social impact assessment on relevant matters. And look, I honestly suspect that there may need to be a policy in place for staff to properly consider that. But I do think there is more that councils could do, and I don't want to rush it, but I do think that it would be good if we could start considering it. Are you happy to consider
Well,
it?
the only concern I have is that my understanding would be that the council does not actually receive applications for additional poker machines. They may receive applications for buildings that they anticipate poker machines will be in the future, but the request for poker machines or transfers essentially goes entirely through the New South Wales.
All right, so can I change part 4 just to request a further report from the CEO on how planning matters might be, or how social impact could be considered in minimising, in the planning assessment, in order to minimise harm from gambling?
I'm very happy to accept that.
So sorry, a further report on how social impact assessment in planning matters could assist in reducing harm from gambling. And it may be a very short report, I realise that. I'm hoping it's kind of at least a page though.
Councillor Walsh, where are you at with the amendments?
No, I'm accepting, yeah, I'll accept the amendments if Councillor Neal is, yeah.
Councillors, Councillor McNamara.
Next.
I'm sorry if I missed something. I'm sorry. Let me go back and have a look. Councillor Castles, you are correct.
Okay, thank you.
The presentation is from the Wesley Mission for the minute takers.
Is that the gambling aware mob? Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Neal.
Yes, thank you. I'd just like to acknowledge the suggestion of a presentation at the Community and Culture Committee, and as from, I think, perhaps Wesley Mission, as chair of that committee, I'd be more than happy to work with the director to ensure that happens. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Castles. Councillor McNamara.
Sorry, excuse me,
Sorry, Councillor Walsh.
if I could, as seconder, if I could speak to the motion, please. I have had my.
Thanks, Councillor Walsh.
And I'll keep it brief, believe it or not. So I just want to strongly support this motion. As we all know, gambling is particularly insidious, and the social impacts are also particularly insidious. So I see this motion as essentially in step with our state government, our federal government, us joining with being part of all levels of governments that work towards addressing this, about protecting people and not about protecting gambling revenue. So I've, in my own professional background, my whole adult life, I've routinely seen the impacts of gambling in the most insidious of ways. I'm sure others here in the chamber have as well. And of course, in our community, we are finally starting to actually acknowledge the insidious impacts of gambling, and certainly not just the economic impacts, even though they're of course really important for us to acknowledge, because the economic impacts have such an incredibly broad impact outside of the economics. I just think that this motion helps us send a really clear message that our council, in conjunction with the state and federal government, are wanting to send a really strong message that gambling harm that is obviously a community issue, but it is a council issue, and that we want to be part of all levels of government that actually are looking to do much more and looking to prevent it. So I view this as at least our step forward for us in this way. So I, support the motion, and
Thanks, Councillor Walsh.
Otherwise I would have put the motion.
Oh, sorry, Councillor McNamara.
Thanks, Acting Mayor. Okay, so my history kind of started off on at Randwick, working for a bookmaker, and seeing firsthand, way back when, the terrible gambling problems that everybody had back then. It has got worse. I absolutely put my name alongside everything that has been said. However, the biggest problem that this particular notice of motion is its history. It was deferred a couple of times, as Councillor Neal said, of changes at both federal and at state. It has got a life of its own tonight, with additions and non-additions, and some very good questions about the involvement of council, and certainly the concerns of what is happening in the community with addictive gambling. Particularly, yes, you talk about poker machines, but particularly mobile phones and mobile gambling with young men. I would rather sit down with anybody else and discuss what we as a council should be having in this notice of motion. Some of the things I think are well outside what council should be looking at, not council resolutions, but I would rather sit down with you, everybody, and go through every one of those, but making sure that what is produced by council in this terrible, insidious gambling is exactly what we need. And I don't think we've got it here tonight. As I said, I put my name on everything you have said, but I don't think we're going to get to exactly what we want in such an important notice of motion. So I will be voting against the motion as it is now.
Thank you, Councillor McNamara. Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Mr Acting Mayor. Look, just a quick question through the CEO, if I may. This is just sort of an idea that's come to my head from what Councillor McNamara was saying. The question is, when's the cut-off for submission to for notices of motion to go to the local government conference in November?
We're just looking up the information, Councillor
Yeah.
McGregor.
We can probably find, we're not aware, but we can probably find right now.
While you're looking for it, I'm not wishing to enter into debate, but I would like to, I support the notice of motion, I would like to see it be successful. But in the event that it's not successful, and there is further time to submit something to the conference, maybe it'd be wise if people could work together on getting something to the conference, maybe looking at a bit of a statewide approach on this, if people are interested. If the cut-off is tonight, then I guess that changes things, but I'm sure we'll soon find out.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry, Councillor Lamont, sorry. We'll seeking the information for Councillor McGregor.
We'll provide you that advice when Councillor Lamont finishes her speech.
Yeah, that sounds good, thanks.
Okay, thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Just actually something that I was going to mention. I know 2 years ago, even though we had passed the deadline with the motions for the conference, you can actually still put a motion in. It just has to be approved by, I think, the Mayor and the CEO. That's my recollection from 2024, even if you do miss the deadline. So I think I'd like to support the motion as well, but I do agree with what Councillor McNamara has said, and I think I'd like to go back to the drawing board with all the councillors and probably make this a more effective proposal as well. So yeah, I would like to know that if we do lose it, that we could go back and still put something forward altogether.
Thanks, Councillor Lamont.
Through the chair, according to the website, 30th of September is the date that members are encouraged to submit motions, and 25th of October is the last date for inclusion in the business paper.
Mr Deputy Mayor, can I just ask a question through you to Councillor McNamara? Like, rather than just lose this, because really, part one is just noting stuff, isn't it? From memory, it's just noting stuff. So kind of nice to do, but, you know, doesn't change the world, sorry. And part two expresses concern, but there's no particular action out of it. So it seems to me, how would you change I mean, getting a presentation from the Wesley Mission, surely that's not a problem to the Community and Culture Committee. And sorry I didn't check with you, Councillor Castles, but when would that be likely to happen?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the Director, I think we have a meeting in September, but that's probably too close. So it perhaps would be after that. But I'm up, whatever the Director might respond about that, I'm fine to sort of go with whatever that is, time frame wise.
Through the Mayor, so you're right, September's probably a bit earlier because the agenda's pretty full for that meeting and it's the week after next. The next one's not till November, the next Community and Culture Committee. So it wouldn't be until November that we got them in to do a presentation.
November, then is it just part 3 and part 5 that might be causing you difficulty?
Sorry. It's the lot of it. I mean, it's not, as Councillor Neal was going through it, taking out some, putting some back in, it's and not flowing. To Councillor McGregor's point and yours, if we noted number 1 and number 2, prepared a submission for the local government meeting as a point 2, and then we do that separately. We could put that as amendment if you wanted to, or just change it to that and have the preparation for the submission to the local government.
So I'm not moving it, but I would still, I would still love to get this presentation from the Wesley, because I know they're working in this space a lot, so whether we could get that to the Community and Culture Committee. And I'm happy to, well, I put in part 5, I'm happy to take that out temporarily until it comes back.
Councillors, can I suggest that the chair of the Cultural Committee can put probably whatever she likes on the agenda? I don't know, we need a council resolution to do that, so you may want to consider that as well if we're going to get bogged down just on that item.
If there are no further speakers, I will close debate, Mr. Acting Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Neil.
I'm happy to see Councillor Eden, if you'd like to speak. Well, I'm not letting you do that. This is a completely unnecessary waste of time to do so. This is an important motion. This wasn't, I'm sure that those on my right see conspiracies here. I mean the right in the real right. In that they see that this is an issue that should be ignored because action has been taken by the federal and state government. There was no conspiracy here. I was approached by Wesley Mission and offered a briefing, and I took it with great enthusiasm because they are people who have concentrated a great deal of their effort on harm minimisation, and particularly in this area of gambling. And they convinced me not only that gambling is a particular difficult issue generally, but that is a particular problematic issue in terms of social equity on the Central Coast. As a result of their briefing and my consideration of the issues raised, I propose this motion that's before us. Through the actions of all councillors, my motion was not reached in the 2 months since it was placed on the business paper. And for the purposes of accuracy and fairness to those both in the state and federal government, it was necessary for me to excise from that motion matters that had already been satisfied by decisions of the state and federal government. But that does not mean that this issue is not important. And I think it is exceedingly important that we adopt this motion tonight. I'm absolutely in favour of pursuing further activities in this regard and having a briefing from the Wesley Mission, and also to have a further motion of possibly more detail about what action the council can do in relation to harm minimisation. But neither of these arguments are a solid support for doing nothing tonight. So I urge you, if you do think gambling is a scourge in our community, if you do think that gambling is something that is undermining our community and causing difficulty to those people most in need, then I urge councillors here tonight to support this motion and then work with all of us in the future for further briefings and a more detailed motion about what we can do as a council to reduce gambling in our community.
Thank you, Councillor Neil. If there's no further debate, I will put the motion. All those in favour of supporting the motion, please raise your hand and keep it raised. Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neil, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. All those, I'm sorry, Councillor McWade. Thank you. All those against the motion, please raise your hand and keep it raised. Councillor Moreland, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, and Councillor Stanton. Councillor Daniels is abstaining? Okay. Councillor Daniels abstained. Motion's lost. Thank you, Councillor Neal. The motion is carried. Councillors, we're up to item 8.2, notice of motion, the Local Government New South Wales Council investment portfolios. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Mayor. I have to say this is a moment I've been waiting for 2 years now. I remember in my first brochure that I wrote when I was running for council.
Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Eden. Thank you, Councillor Eden. In my first brochure I wrote for running for council, I said that one of the things I wanted to look at was looking at the ways in which council has and holds investments and the ways of which that could be improved, after hearing feedback from a lot of people in the industry that it was quite an unrealistic process in terms of, and quite a bizarre process when you compare the way that a council could invest money compared to, say, a state government, a federal government, or indeed larger institutional investors, albeit a super fund or similar. So in the last 2 years, I've spent a lot of time talking to asset consultants, to fund managers, to investment experts, to hear their concerns and hear their ideas about how this process could be improved. And it's something I've been looking at, as I said, for the past 2 years now. And I think what this is about tonight, after this has gone through the Governance and Finance Committee over the last 2 meetings as well, I should add, to look at the sort of options available to us, to hear from Perpetual, our asset consultant, to hear directly from the CFO, I think was very valuable. And what I'm putting forward tonight is not for a position for our council, but a position to bring forward to the local government conference at a state level. Now, council already has, as I've outlined in the councillor notes, provisions to invest with TCorp, which is the state government's investment body, and the frameworks for which a council can invest their money is set at a state government level. So rather than bring it to ALGA, I thought most fitting to bring it to LGNSW. So for consideration tonight is not really whether councillors like the policy or don't like the policy. Some may like it, some may not. It's about getting it on the business paper so at a state level we can start to have a look at how we tackle this issue. And it's about really working with the New South Wales government on all sides of politics, working with the relevant departments to see what's possible and how that can benefit council. Now, when an individual has $2,000 that they're saving for a car and they have a difference in return by, say, 50 basis points or something, it's not really a big difference. But when you're a large council the size of ours and you've got over $800 million in assets, that really matters. So it's not about putting the risk back onto individual councils. It's about setting the frameworks at a state government level to look at how each council can invest within these frameworks. And it's not about councils going it alone. When I've put this into the community on my Facebook page and the like, I've had feedback from people saying, look, we don't want council staff to play the role of a stock picker. That's not their job. And I totally agree, which is why we work with an asset consultant like Perpetual, like we do now, and why others across the state do very similar, because you get that guidance, you get that support, and you put the appropriate frameworks in place. Now, it would be remiss of me not to mention what happened, you know, in 2008 and the like with CDOs, as many remember, the collateralised debt obligations. What I've proposed that we bring to the LGNSW meeting is not for similar investments that package up subprime housing bonds. It's about index tracking ETFs that go above the bond benchmark that we're currently looking at, and really looking at how we can stay within the same risk parameters, but looking at other parts of the portfolio. Now, many councillors, not just in this room, but across New South Wales, might not be aware. I think I got turned off there. Might not be aware that you can actually currently invest in equities within your council portfolio. You do that through the TCorp managed fund. So if you can have a managed fund with this sort of makeup, why couldn't you lean that to something like an ETF, particularly even things like a defined income ETF that have that literal defined income? So I really do think there's a range of opportunities we can be looking at. It's not necessarily for us in the room to decide. It's about letting the experts at a state government level decide that, and it's about the state government working with industry, working with the financial services sector to look at how we can have that approach made at a state level. I think these are modest reforms that I'm putting forward tonight, and I urge councillors to both in terms of what's written, and also in terms of bringing it to LGNSW, bringing it in front of hundreds of councillors for a rigorous debate so that we can have a better approach at a state level. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. I'll go to Councillor Eaton, but I just want to acknowledge that Councillor Lamont will go next.
Oh, Councillor Lamont actually did have her hand
Oh,
up
she did?
before Councillor Eaton
Sorry, Councillor Eaton.
myself.
I'm the seconder, that's
she
all.
did.
But I don't mind. It's up to you, Mr Acting Mayor.
I don't mind.
Councillor Eaton, you are the second. Councillor Lamont, I'll come back to you next.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Thank you, Councillor Eaton.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Acting Mayor. Councillor Wright and I had discussed this motion over a couple of months now, and certainly it's his motion. He's the one that drafted it, but I do support it. I was obviously on Wyong Council at the time of the GFC, and Wyong didn't have CDOs. Gosford did, as is historical knowledge, and other councils did too, because it was something they were allowed to do at the time. So what happened as a result of basically the GFC and some councils' exposure to CDOs is the state government reacted as you would expect and significantly reduced the amount of investments that councils could invest in. However, we are now 18 years later, and maybe it's time, well, I think it is time to revisit it to some extent. I agree with Councillor Wright, you're not going to go back into anything like a CDO, but there might be some bonds that are very secure that could be considered. I would see if the government is prepared to take this on, it might well be that you have only a certain amount of your investment portfolio that could be in a slightly higher risk, slightly higher I'm talking about, and it might only be for large councils, like the Central Coast. You only have to work out that if this council was to get an extra 0.5% return on its current portfolio, that's $20 million to the bottom line. And 0.5% doesn't seem like a lot. So I think it behoves the council to actually look and see whether a slight tweaking could get a slightly better return. The government has got to be persuaded, there's no doubt about that. And the way to do that is through a motion to the local government conference. So I do commend Councillor Wright for putting this up, and I think it's a very good motion for us to put forward.
Thank you, Councillor Eaton. Councillor Lamont.
Thank you. I can understand what Councillor Wright is trying to achieve and everything. My biggest concern is that we're sort of trying to chase sustainability at council levels through higher risk for higher return, and that's what I'm very concerned about. I trade every day, like every single day I've got a trade going on at the moment, so I know what your markets are like, and I'm just not convinced that I think that we have to be clear about what the mitigation is. So I have actually an amendment to it. It's only a small one, just to see if Councillor Wright would go along with it. If civic support can bring that up. It's just Part B that I'm changing. As I said, I trade every day. I know what the markets are like and what can and can't happen. I think we all do. And I just don't, I don't want to see councils across the state going into a situation where you're chasing sustainability with higher risk to get the higher returns. And that's probably my biggest concern.
Councillor
Thank you.
Do you have a seconder? Councillor Walsh. Thank you, Councillor Walsh. Councillor Wright, your consideration of the amendment?
Look, my first thought is that's already covered in the premise of the motion and in the councillor wording that I'd put alongside this, which would also go to LGNSW. But totally agree that those are required, particularly in relation to liquidity and diversification. But I believe that's already covered because realistically, it's up to the state government to set these frameworks. They already have a framework in place. It's about changes to those.
I just think if you're selling it to the state at the LG New South Wales, I think we probably should make it clearer what we're selling, because other councillors probably be having concerns as well, even though you think the premise is already in the motion. But it's up to you if you want to accept it or not, that's fine.
Councillor Wright, can you clarify, you're not accepting the amendment? Councillor Walsh.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. Through you, Acting Mayor, to Councillor Wright. I'm interested in the central claim that you make. So your supporting statement around exchange-traded funds, that they could provide higher returns without a significant increase in risk. What independent, appropriately qualified financial analysis has been provided to council to actually substantiate that claim?
What I would say to that is I've certainly sought independent advice on this from two separate asset consultants. And again, this is about putting it forward to the New South Wales Government. The New South Wales Government's T Corp could certainly be in a position to back up that claim. So this is about getting it on the board at LGNSW, and then this will go through T Corp, the Treasurer and the relevant government departments. If they find that claim for whatever reason not to be true, then they wouldn't proceed. But I've certainly had advice from two separate asset consultants on that.
So, and thank you, through you, Acting Mayor. Another question. What level of capital loss would you consider acceptable for ratepayer funds? What maximum proportion of a council's portfolio do you envisage could be exposed to equity ETFs in the proposed framework if adopted?
I would argue that the sorts of investments that I've put forward are already consistent largely with the underlying holdings that you could have in one of the T Corp.
Just what level of capital loss?
If I was explaining, so it would be consistent with what's already in the T Corp managed fund. That level of risk would still be appropriate. However, if the ultimate goal of the state government in their deliberations was not to have if your goal was to limit capital loss, you could certainly look at things like a defined income ETF, which would have the same behaviour as a bond. I wouldn't be expecting that to initiate a capital loss that might be pointed out.
Councillor Walsh, are you finishing your questions up with Councillor Wright?
I've got one more.
One more to go.
Because I feel like we're kind of talking about risk in the abstract. So relying heavily on council's existing access to T Corp investment products as evidence that the necessary risk framework already exists. I'm interested if Councillor Wright can explain why professionally managed T Corp funds should be regarded as equivalent from a governance and risk perspective to councils having a broader access to ETFs themselves.
So the answer to that would be no. The thing with the T Corp managed fund is that, again, it would hold very similar investments, but it would be the liquidity aspect that I think wouldn't be as suitable for a council. So, for example, with an exchange-traded fund, it's traded on an exchange like the ASX. You can trade an ETF from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. every day. The T Corp managed funds, while having the same holdings, lock up their funds in a different way. It also might be subject to things like gating. So I'm, again, putting this forward for consideration at LGNSW and would certainly be happy to work with the relevant New South Wales government bodies about ironing out what that process looks like. But as I said, it's not really a material change to that. It's about really what they'd call the wrapper or the investment access to some of those things. And for a council, you know, you might need to get money out within a week or within a day for certain things or to pay for certain items. So what that does is actually give you more flexibility.
So Councillor Walsh, are you speaking against the item?
I am speaking against it.
Do you want to wrap up?
So I think because I have concerns about this going to local government New South Wales conference. I'm not actually saying that maybe a review isn't warranted, but I don't really feel that the supporting argument for this motion is asking us to endorse that. The supporting argument is actually advocating a particular direction, greater access to ETFs and similar market-linked investments, and it makes a very significant assertion that those investments could provide higher returns without a significant increase in risk. And I don't, certainly here tonight we haven't been provided with that evidence. So where is the independent financial analysis demonstrating that claim? And where is the assessment of the potential capital losses? What's the stress testing? Where is the analysis of appropriate exposure limits? Because we're actually talking about ratepayer funds here, ratepayer money. This is public money that feels to me like Councillor Wright is advocating that we essentially, it's not monopoly, that we're playing with people's money that they have entrusted to us to work properly with. So, running out of time, I'll leave it at that. I speak against the motion.
Thanks, Councillor Walsh. Councillor Neal.
Yes, Mr Acting Mayor, I raised to oppose this motion. Essentially what we are being told is that we should play Russian roulette to a greater extent with ratepayers' money. I can understand Councillor Wright wanting to join the echelons of the great men such as Chris Holstein, former Mayor of Gosford and former member for Gosford, who I recall on the radio in 2009 after he supported a decision where they invested in CDOs, essentially mortgage securitisation based on the US market, a brave and energetic decision of investment. After he defended the decision which lost this council when the resources of Gosford City Council were much smaller than they are here in this Central Coast Council, he lost $19 million. And I remember Chris Holstein reassuring the community saying, in fact, we had not lost any money because we had not actually sold any of the CDOs yet. And this was meant to reassure the community. Now, I can understand, Councillor Wright, why you aspire to be remembered in the way Chris Holstein was. But I would suggest to you that it's probably not the best avenue to pursue. We are a council, we are not a state government. The amount of money that we invest and the amount of money that we require to run our services is a diminishing amount. We cannot afford to take risks. We cannot afford to be in a situation as we were, and really in the relatively recent past, to not have the funds available to us to provide the services, pay our staff, and do all the essential things we do. I do not believe that we should be making decisions that actually make it harder for the council to do its job and takes greater risks where we may lose funds and not be able to meet our obligations in a particular year. So I strongly oppose this motion. If as a state government they choose to make changes to investment policy, that is a decision for the state government. I do not believe as an individual council with the limited resources that we have and the increasing demands that we have, that we can afford to pursue this sort of policy. I urge councillors to reject this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Neal. Councillor Castles.
Yes, thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. I have a couple of questions just to seek some clarity through you to the CEO. So with the current situation with our council and with our expert staff in the finance area and, the areas that I guess Councillor Wright is referring to in some ways in his motion, surely can you give us some advice on whether basically our expert staff would be all on top of this stuff anyway, and that they're already doing all the right things that they should be doing in terms of probity, being careful about, how we invest our money, etc., etc. That's certainly the impression that I have got. I'm not saying there may not be room for change, but I would like some clarity on, how our expert staff are currently addressing these matters, every single day of the week. Thank you.
There's a current ministerial direction that identifies what you can invest in, and apart from the T Corp managed fund, essentially everything is essentially a bank deposit of some sort. And that was, as people have alluded to before, came about after the GFC, where there were a number of, the rules used to be you could invest in AAA or double A plus, and a certain very highly rated product. And unfortunately, lots of councils, because they could invest in that, bought high yielding product that had a wrapper on it that looked like it was AAA, and it said it was AAA, but in fact, the underlying credit in that asset was poor. So at the moment, council staff with an external advisor have quite limited investment opportunities, but it's in very safe product. And that's essentially where we stand now.
And Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Mayor. Look, whilst we could go all the way back to the 16th century and talk about the tulip mania, I think we'll fast forward a few hundred years and we'll go into the to the 1980s with the greed is good, for lack of a better word, Gordon Gekko style capitalism. The problem here is speculation and greed. And the biggest problem here, apart from the ministerial order that prohibits this kind of behaviour, is that you're essentially looking to buy repackaged debt. Now, the global financial crisis, or the Great Recession, as it's known in Europe in 2007, was caused through the avaricious repackaging of housing debt in the US. And that caused the subprime crisis. Councils invested in it, were exposed to it, and councils in New South Wales alone lost over $320 million on it. Probably more realistically if we went around and looked at the full impact over time. Now, there's a bigger problem. I know that it's nearly 20 years later, but at the moment there's two really significant things that affect financial markets and the packages they offer, which are worth considering. In the US in particular, but in other countries around the world, is the repackaging of student debt and student loans, and repackaging that, rebadging it like our CEO's alluded to. A lot of these things had high ratings. If we recall the liquidity crisis that occurred in November and December 2007, that was largely because the ratings agencies, the four big rating agencies, had got things wrong. They had lost their credibility, and then we were seeing huge, large banks basically going bankrupt. And obviously in Europe and in US, they had to nationalise them. Who would have thought of that? Saving high finance from itself, obviously. Socialism for the rich and capitalism for the poor. It's the way it usually goes. We don't need to see that kind of thing happen again. You couple that with the AI boom. The AI boom is, again, built on repackaging debt. A lot of these companies are trying to get publicly listed. They're still not profitable. They have enormous amounts of debt, unparalleled amounts of debt, and they're trying to repackage that and find a way to do it. That's the last thing that we should be involved in. Speculation and greed is what drives inflation in this country. It's not government spending, it's greed and it's company profits at the expense of ordinary working people and working families. Why we would want to get involved in that, given the multi-hundred-year history and the destruction and ruin that brings in both the real economy and the financial markets, is something to strongly consider. The other situation here is the role of T Corp. T Corp has been no friend of this council in the past. T Corp had the ability to and could have provided support for this council in 2020 and 2021, but it chose not to. And that's supposedly one of the reasons why people went to the commercial banks. And they didn't really do a good favour to the 1 in 4 people who got sacked either, if we look at it that way, and the extra rates that our community have had to pay all that debt off. There is merit in reviewing the way that councils generate revenue. There is some merit in reviewing how they invest. But in the present climate, it has to be done on an evidence basis, has to be done on a rational basis, and it has to be done in one that takes into consideration all of the economic ruin which is caused through speculation in futures markets, whether we're talking about the Great Recession of 2008, whether we're talking about the Great Depression of 1929 through the 1930s. We had to have a global war and then a Cold War to recover from that. If you're talking about the long depression of the 1870s through to the 1890s, every 30 or 40 years, these ideas, they come back to life. You have some brainy person come up with a good way to repackage debt, to put out something which is, effectively a Trojan horse in the financial markets, and it all comes crashing down. It's only as good as people keep throwing money at it And I don't think that when you're dealing with public money, which is sacred, the expenditure of public money and the investing of public money is sacred, it should be done on a conservative and prudential basis. So whilst it's not entirely satisfying to everyone, I do support the approach which has been derived from all the failures that we've seen from this kind of model being used before. And I do implore you to look longitudinally back into the past. As I said, we've got over 500 years, that's half a century, of seeing why this kind of model doesn't work and what it leads to. And it's great during the boom when there's people making a lot of money off it, but it all comes crashing down because the fundamentals are not sound. And you're basically just you're gambling with other people's money. We've already gone through a gambling motion tonight. Let's not do it again. I do envisage that this will be successful. I look forward to the debate at the conference because we've seen similar resolutions as this go to the conference quite a lot over the last 20 years, and they tend to end up in the same way. But we'll see how it goes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGregor. I'll go to Councillor Smith, then Councillor Crowley, and I'll give Councillor Wright the right of reply. But we have been debating this item for a while, so we can try to keep the debate a little bit shorter for the last couple of speakers. That'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. So I guess I have to say I don't feel I have enough information going with this motion. I realise it's just about putting a motion to Local Government New South Wales Conference, but I'd have to say, looking at the CEO's response, I mean, we get a longer CEO's response on things that are perhaps not as significant, and we've got one sentence that just says, if it gets through, we'll do it. So I would have hoped that there was a little bit more analysis from staff in relation to this. I do have some concerns. I just think it's undercooked, quite frankly, in terms of us putting this to the Local Government New South Wales Conference. I'm concerned that the mover kind of wasn't willing to accept some clarification or some articulation of risk, and I'm not sure why you wouldn't just accept that, other than, well, I'm not even going to speculate. I also have to say I don't understand part 3. So in part one, we're requesting the New South Wales Government undertake a review of the guidelines and the governance framework. In part 2, we're encouraging the New South Wales Government to work with T Corp to provide more information. And then in part 3, we're writing to people to seek their support on the policy. Like, what policy? We're just requesting the New South Wales Government to undertake a review. So where's the policy that we're seeking various levels of government to support, advocate and provide perspectives on? So I just with respect, I do have concerns about risk and all of those kind of things, but even just on the face of this is undercooked. And I just think there needs to be a bit more work on what is actually being asked here, and a little bit more sort of openness to the concerns about risk that are going with this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Crowley?
Yeah, I just wonder about Section 232 of the New South Wales Local Government Act that says that we act as a governing body and not that we don't do, as councillors, it's not our job to be doing, looking for investments and telling people where to invest. I think we've got a council full of staff that are probably quite adequate in doing that, and I think it's a bit of a waste of time, actually. I think there's a lot more to do than look at trying to find money when it's not our job. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crowley. Right of reply, Councillor Wright. And if you can keep it short, I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, I'll keep it short. Look, I was a bit disappointed to know that the Labor councillors didn't know what an ETF was. So that was never a good start. And I see we weren't going to... Well, Councillor McGregor said it was a packaging of debt. It's not a packaging of debt, it's a packaging of equities. So, look, I don't think we're going to reach a consensus on this, and that's okay. As I said, this was about putting it forward to LGNSW, so we'll have to let the folk at LGNSW decide if it gets there.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. I just want to clarify, there is an amendment on the table. So when we go to a vote, there'll be a vote on the amendment, then on the original motion.
Can you put the motion or the amendment?
I am. Yeah, thank you. I'll now put the amendment. All those voting in favour of the amendment, please raise your hand and keep it raised. Oh, can we have the amendment up on the screen, please? Thank you. Which is part B from recollection. Councillors, all in favour of the amendment? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont. All against the amendment? Councillor Moreland, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McWade, Councillor Stanton, and bloody hell, Councillor Daniels. Sorry, back to the motion. I'll now put the motion. All those in favour of the original motion, please raise your hand and keep it raised. Councillor Moreland, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McWade, Councillor Stanton, and Councillor Daniels, and I will use my casting vote.
You need to vote again.
I'm sorry. Sorry, councillors. Councillors, those against? Thank you, Councillor Neal. Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. I will cast my vote in favour of the motion, and the motion's carried. Thanks, councillors. Can you put your microphone on, please?
I wish to raise a matter with you that I've raised previously with the Mayor who's absent tonight. And that is that the general proposition is that when using your casting vote, that you should use it in the negative, that you should vote in favour of the status quo. And being from the Conservative side of politics, that'd be a position I'm sure you'd be quite comfortable with. So I would call them quite seriously. I think that is the proper status.
I'm happy to take this offline with you, but can we finish the agenda? But I appreciate the council. Thank you. Councillors, we're on to item 8.3, notice of motion, safety at Woy Woy South Public. Councillor Neal, this is your opportunity.
It is, Mr. Mayor. This is...
Thank you, Councillor Smith.
This is a matter that was put on notice last week. The previous meeting, which was last week. And you may recall that Karen Smith, a parent at that school, spoke to us very convincingly at the public forum. Essentially, there is a problem at Woy Woy South Public School where there is not sufficient footpaths in the rear of the school at Baklava and Waterloo Streets to allow students to walk safely to school. Now, it's my view, and my strongly held view, that all children should be able to walk to school in a safe manner. And you know, with the danger of appearing like an old dinosaur, I had the opportunity when I was at primary school where I walked in, and generally I left at least an hour early so I could have the fun of walking to school, meeting up with my friends, and then playing around games like Poison Ball and British Bulldog in the playground. And that is the sort of childhood that I would like to see for the children of the Central Coast. And what I've been told by parents around that school is because of the congestion and the cars parking along the edge of the road, that it's not safe for children to walk, and that very often parents are driving their kids to school, even in circumstances where it's a 5 or 10 minute walk. That's not good for their social development. That's not good for their independence. That's not good for their physical health, because we know there's a direct correlation between that daily sort of unintended physical exercise that kids undertake and their health, not only in the present time, but also in their future health. So this is important. And this whole report is it's not just about the council putting in money and putting forward this project. It's about getting further reports so that we can also secure funding from the federal government for the KidFit program. Now, I've already had discussions with both Gordon Reid, the federal member, and Liesl Test, the member for Gosford, the state member, who are very keen to support this proposition. And it's a very important thing for the community as well. So I urge councillors to support this motion. It's important for the kids and it's important for the community at large. There has been a petition collected, which was referred to by Karen Smith, where there are, I understand now, in excess of 500 signatures. So it does not have insignificant support in the community. It's a major issue in the community. So I urge councillors to support this motion so that we can proceed as a council to make an application for this federal funding and proceed further with this project.
Thank you, Councillor Neal. Councillor Eaton.
Yes, thank you. Mr Acting Mayor, I've got an amendment which is simply to refer this matter to the Infrastructure Committee. That was circulated to everyone.
Mr Acting Mayor, point of order. When you finished having a chit-chat with the CEO.
You repeat?
There's a procedural, a motion or amendment being proposed by Councillor Eaton. In my view, the motion is a complete contradiction of my motion and should be ruled out of order.
Councillor Eaton, do you want to move it as a foreshadowed motion?
If that's your ruling, Mr Mayor, yes, Mr Mayor, then I will. I can't see how it is. We've always allowed these sort of motions before. It's clearly not a negative.
Are you arguing with the chair, Councillor Eaton?
I'm trying to give him some advice, but it's a matter of, it's his ruling and I'm not going to challenge his ruling.
I appreciate it, Councillor Eaton. I'd like to get through the agenda tonight. Okay. Any,
Yes.
no,
But I can speak against the motion.
you can.
So just to be clear, we haven't done this for a little while. What will happen is Councillor Neal has a motion on the books. Councillor Eaton has a foreshadowed motion. Councillor Neal's wins, then Councillor Eaton's motion doesn't see the light of day. If Councillor Neal's loses, then Councillor Eaton has the opportunity to move his motion.
So I'll speak briefly against Councillor Neal's motion, which I'm sure is well intended, but it does have the effect of basically bypassing the proper rules and procedures of this council. And what good governance dictates is that this project, this school's footpaths, should be assessed against every other application and need for work that this council does. Now, I'm not saying that I won't support it in the fullness of time, but how do we know that this is the most urgent matter currently before this council for footpaths? Nobody in their right, well, nobody I don't believe can actually put up their hand on their heart tonight and say, yes, I know this is the most important. Councillor Neal might, I can't, I don't think anyone else can in this place. This is a very dangerous path and Councillor Neal seems to like to go down this path of putting up projects in her own little area, and that's her right, and yet that means that every other part of the council area misses out. The proper process is to put this through the committee to get a report from the staff as to its importance, its need, rank this against other projects and then make an informed decision. This is completely against any good governance. It is frankly an attempt at pork barrelling and nothing more and nothing less.
Thank you, Councillor Eaton. Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I rise to speak in favour of the original resolution. I found the Speaker in their words to this chamber and subsequent follow-up emails, to be quite convincing. When there is a petition that comes from the community with hundreds of people signing it, I find that to be convincing. When there's a state and federal member in the lead up to an election saying we want to spend money on this and they're both in government and have the ability to deliver that, I find that reasonably convincing. I don't know why we'd say no to free money, but I guess we may. The other thing is, when it comes to governance and procedure, this may not be the most important thing that this council is able to do, but if we're able to deliver hundreds of millions of dollars worth of capital works, I think most people think we could deliver a footpath with state and federal funding. Just saying. To put the footpath back to a committee, if the committee is going to support it anyway, just seems to delay the inevitable or to be procedurally pedantic. I mean, the whole point of the committee is that they were supposed to streamline processes, but this is just going to delay something from happening anyway. Or, to take a more cynical point of view, we could be ignoring our community and ignoring doing a common sense thing simply because we don't want to have Liesl, Tesh or Gordon Reid spend some money on their own electorate. I don't know why they'd want to spend money on another electorate, but, you know, who knows? Maybe there's a political side to this as well. One could only wonder. I don't really care if there's a footpath behind a school or an important essential piece of public infrastructure in Wyong or if it's in Woy Woy. I will support it. If the community have a project that they wish to bring to our attention, or if state and federal members wish to bring a project to our attention, and in my view we have the capacity to deliver it, and it's an essential thing to occur, and I'm not saying this is the most pressing thing that this organisation has ever done, but I do believe that it is something that would have great merit, then I'm willing to support it. In the event that this was some sort of catastrophic cyclone of terribleness, I'm fairly confident that we'd get a CEO note on that. The relevant directors might speak up, or indeed someone somewhere might raise a problem with this before this speaker before me tonight, this very evening. Councillors, the peninsula is one of our most important, essential, thriving areas. It's got extremely high density, particularly compared to other areas on the Central Coast, and we were elected to support things on their strategic merit across the LGA. One of the criticisms that I'm always receiving of myself from other people is that I'm too hypersensitive and too hyper-focused on Wyong. And whilst I am focused on my ward, I will support spending money and supporting workers and small business people in any area on the Central Coast that has working families in it. And Woy Woy is one of those areas. If there is fleas on this, if there is a real risk with it, I do expect our professional staff to come back and elucidate that at some point. This resolution, which is before you, is taking the petition on board and seeing if we can go ahead with it. It's talking about consultation. It's talking about a report coming back to council. If we get the money, we can go ahead with it. If we don't, we won't. Assumedly, that would then go back to the Infrastructure and Assets Committee. The council chamber exists as a decision-making body to resolve, to give surety and certainty to our staff and to our community around the activities of the council meeting. Flicking things backwards and forwards and tinkering with them doesn't necessarily do that and doesn't necessarily satiate either of those important interest groups when it comes to this. Finally, in wrapping up, I do want to focus again on the role of the community in this. I do thank the speaker who was here earlier, the originator of the petition, and I do thank all of those who have signed the petition. Being engaged in civic life and being engaged in what's happening in your area and trying to talk to us, irrespective of what you think or you don't think of the 15 of us, it is good when people do bring proposals to us. I think it's really important that we do have an active and engaged citizenry, particularly when in 2 years' time you're going to have even less people. 10, 12 years ago, you would have had double the amount of people to approach to be able to make something like this happen. The pool of people who can actually make these things happen for the community is becoming smaller and smaller and smaller, and this is the right time to try and get in now for both, in my view, this one and other ones, like the Wyoming Road proposal, which for going on nearly 3 decades now comes to and from this chamber to be pushed away and ignored again. Hopefully, the people who rely on the pedestrian safety at Balaclava and Waterloo Avenue aren't in 30 years' time, their children's children, or 60 years' time, are asking for the but have to wait that long to get it. But time will tell. We'll see how fast this organisation can move in accepting free money from the state and federal government.
Thank you, Councillor McGregor. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr Acting Mayor. I do want to clarify something that Councillor McGregor just said in terms of Gordon Reid and Lisa Lutesh being the state and federal MP being able to provide this funding. It's actually from a government department, so I don't believe they'd have any say on that. Which I say not to be pedantic, but to bring to the larger point, and I actually spoke to the lady who came to speak here the other night about this.
Karen Smith, her name.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you very much. And the issue that we have at the moment is that a lot of these projects obviously have strategic merit, and councils will remember we had one about Copacabana last year for the relevant funding. Now, the issue we have is that we've actually got a backlog of these projects. We submitted 4 for the 2026-27 Get New South Wales Active program. That was one at Copacabana for $75,000, one at Cape Three Points Road in Avoca Beach for $150,000, one which was actually for the construction of pedestrian improvements in Veron Road, Woy Woy, adjacent to Brisbane Water Secondary College, and another at Wyong on Pannonia Road. And those totalled almost $1 million. So there is a backlog. So if we go forward with this tonight, as Councillor Eaton said, how do we know that these previous ones, like Copacabana, who had a petition in, who went through the petition process, which the councillor spoke quite fondly of, aren't going to be disadvantaged by this process? As I said, there are really 5 key projects for consideration in this situation with the relevant grant program. So we need to be absolutely crystal clear that out of the 4 projects, we're putting the most important one forward. And I think we owe that to all those communities right up and down the Central Coast. And with that, I will put the motion.
Right of reply. Yes,
Councillor, it's a procedural motion that the motion be put. All in favour of the motion?
No.
Considering we only had one speaker to go, Mr Deputy Mayor, Councillor Crowley too.
We have had 2 for, 2 against, so...
I know, I'm just making sure he doesn't forget.
Yeah. Procedural motion first, then the right of reply, councillors. So all in favour that the procedure be put? Oh, sorry, the motion be put? Yep. Councillor Merlin, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McWade. All in favour that the procedural motion is not put? Against, I'm sorry. Yep. Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith. I'll use my casting vote that the motion is put. Councillor Smith, would you like a right to reply?
Well, no, I don't have right of reply. It's
Councillor
Neal.
Neal.
You've gagged me. Sorry.
Sorry, Councillor Smith.
At least you didn't forget my name.
Thank you,
I'm
Councillor Neal.
grateful. I have to say I'm extremely disappointed with some of the propositions put here tonight in opposition to this motion. And this spurious proposition that somehow by standing up for your community, you're not complying with the process. Well, let me tell you, I was elected by a democratic group of people in the West Gosford ward, and I was elected on the basis that I would stand up for my community. And I don't make any apologies for that. I mean, Councillor Eaton may feel that he's elected to serve someone else other than his ward, but that is not my position. The other bizarre proposition is somehow there is a queue where we apply for grants, and that the federal government and the state government are entirely going to rely on a queue established by the council as to what grants are approved. Now, let me break it to you, Councillor Wright. There is no queue. And it is not the council who will determine the priority of the projects. It will be the state or the federal government. What we can do as a council is ensure that we maximise our chances of being successful in the grant applications by being prepared for having the plans in place, by putting them forward and by putting forward propositions that comply with the parameters of the grant. So, in my view, the more options we provide for both the state and the federal government, the more likely we are to be successful and secure additional funds for our community. This idea that we, once we get a certain number of applications in, we sit on our hands and do nothing, is not a proposition that I support. And I have to say that I received some negative feedback from the community when they received a response from you, Councillor Wright, suggesting that because you lost out with Copacabana that they shouldn't succeed. And they were quite offended by that proposition. It may be your job to stand up for Copacabana, but it is not your job to oppose the applications from members of the community or propositions put by members of the community outside your ward. And I frankly feel that's quite shameful. You may have your heart in your own ward, but you shouldn't be undermining the community in other wards. I strongly support this motion. It gives us the opportunity to obtain more funds, do more work, support our community more strongly, and that is exactly why I was elected, exactly why I'm here, exactly why I'm standing my feet in this council chamber today, to support my community and put forward what they feel is important.
Thank you, Councillor Neal. Councillor Smith, I know you got your light on, but I'll go to Councillor Eden to move his foreshadowed motion. No? Sorry.
Okay. If it succeeds, it's a resolution. If it loses, then you move to Councillor Eaton.
Thank you, Mr. CEO, and I apologise, Councillor Neal. All in favour of Councillor Neal's motion? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. All not in favour of Councillor Neal's motion? Councillor Milland, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McWade, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Daniels. I'll use my casting vote. The motion is lost. Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Eaton. Do you want to move your...
Can I, sorry, can I just interrupt? I will have to leave in about 3 minutes. I do have one item, which is a motion that I have withdrawn, so I don't know how we want to approach that. But unfortunately, I do have to go to the Australian High Commission in about 2 minutes.
Councillor Lamont, I've got a note here that from Councillor Lamont that she notes that we have received written confirmation that Councillor Lamont has withdrawn this notice of motion. Councillor Lamont, can you confirm that you would like to withdraw this nom? Is that still consistent,
Yep.
Councillor Lamont?
That is consistent. Thank you.
Thank you. If you need to leave, Councillor Lamont, I'll make sure that's dealt with at the appropriate time.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Lamont. Councillor Eaton, is there any further debate? There's a seconder for Councillor Eaton, Councillor McWade. Thank you, Councillor McWade. Any further debate? Councillor McGregor.
No further debate other than the fact that I'd like to foreshadow a procedural motion at the conclusion of this debate that the meeting conclude and that all business be held over to the next meeting of Council.
Thank you, Councillor McGregor. What? Okay, councillors, all in favour of the... Councillor Neal, you need your microphone.
If you can, I think you need to actually say that for consideration of the motion rather than just... Come on, Mr. It's a unity ticket. Let's move on.
Yeah. Thank you, councillors. I think we're talking about semantics now, so I think we'll move on. I'll now put the motion. All in favour of the motion, please raise your hand and keep it raised. Councillor Moreland, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McWade, Councillor Daniels and Councillor Stanton. All against the motion, please keep your hand up. Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Lamont, you abstaining? Okay, I'll take it that Councillor Lamont has already left us. I'm sorry, Councillor Crowley. I think she's frozen. Yeah. The motion is carried. Thank you, councillors. We'll move on to the last motion for the night. Councillor McGregor.
Yeah, Mr Acting Mayor, I did foreshadow earlier that I would move a procedural motion that this last item be carried over to the following meeting, and I intend to do so now.
Haven't we still got to note the withdrawal of the...
So Councillor McGregor, you're speaking about item 6.2?
I can put 8.4 in as well. I thought that was withdrawal.
We've got to note 8.4.
All we need to do is to note that 8.4 will not be moved.
No.
I don't think so.
No. I just need a minute that Councillor Lamont has withdrawn the motion.
6.2. You can just close the meeting. You don't need a motion.
I'd just leave it as any outstanding business be held over to the next meeting.
Okay. Yep. I'll put the procedural motion.
Mr Acting Mayor, I'd just like to say something which I'm sure other councillors might like to reflect on too, which is not strictly related, but it is Mr Farmer's last meeting of this council, and I think it would be appropriate for certainly for me, and I think nearly all the councillors, to say that thank you very much for your service to this place over the, 5 years, I think, or thereabouts.
500 plus meetings, I believe.
And from my point of view, you've been very professional and you've done a great job.
Councillors, I'll put the procedural motion. All in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McWade, Councillor Stanton, and Councillor Daniels. And Councillor Lamont has already left the meeting. Thank you, councillors. I now declare the meeting closed at 9:15. Thank you for your support and have a good night.